Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing today? Well, how's everybody doing tonight, depending on what time it is in your neck of the woods? I am World Citizen News. Just hanging out today, enjoying the day, enjoying the weather. It was very nice today outside today. How was your day? How was the weather? Hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's doing fine. Today's topic, today's conversation, topic of conversation is: are we living in a police state? Some people say yes, some people say no. And if we are living in a police state, how the hell did we get here? That's the big question. We have several questions. Since we are in a police state, some may say not. But if we are in a police state, how the hell do we get out of it? Welcome to the panel, Toe for Life. How you doing, sir? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, buddy?
Oh man, living the dream. Somebody else's.
Somebody else's dream. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not
ready
living
for
my dream. That's
tonight.
for sure.
Well, shit, one day you will, man. You
I'm
keep you
trying to
keep
get
hanging
there.
around me. Shit,
Ah,
we both gonna be living the dream. I see my state transparency
yes, sir.
in the chat. How you doing, sir? You're welcome to get on the panel. The panel link is pinned. Um, Let me see. I like your logo, man. Your icon is it's popping. It's flashing.
Who's?
Let me cut yours.
You like that? I put
Yeah,
that up
yeah, I
every
like that.
other day.
Well, this is my first time seeing it.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
cut this
okay.
light out of my. Yeah, but it's tight. I can't. It's small, but I see it. It's tight. So how you doing? My state. What's popping? What's cracking, lacking, man? Let me see about getting some light on over here. Let me turn this camera around. See what we got going.
I want to see if my backgrounds are working.
Okay.
I gotta,
Trying to figure out how to flip my camera around.
let's see.
So my state transparency. What do you think, man? You think we living in a police state? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? There we go. I see the camera now. Let's see if I can flip it around.
He's getting situated. He said he's gonna come up here in a minute. He's
All
trying to
right,
get himself situated around.
that's cool. I'll give everybody a minute or two to get situated. Get your popcorn, get your steak dinners, get your headphones, get your iPad, whatever it is, whatever device you're using. Put it on the big screen. How you guys doing today? Can you see me, sir?
Yeah, I see you.
How's everybody doing out there in WCN land? And we have on the chat today, we have the infamous Toe for Life.
What's up, everybody?
I can't seem to
Oh,
get comfortable over here for some reason.
police state. I can't either, man. I don't know what it is tonight.
I guess it's that police state, man. All right, who do we? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask who's all in chat. I see Mexican Longhairs in chat. How you doing, sir? You the second best looking auditor. How you
I don't
doing?
know who lied to him.
I don't know. I know I'm not the best. I'm not even in the top 10.
Yeah.
Four Corners, how you doing, sir? How you doing tonight? Panel link is pinned. I believe it's pinned, and it's a free panel tonight. Anybody and everybody's welcome to get on panel. Voice your opinion, speak your mind. Are we living in a police state? Yay or nay? If so, how did we get here? And since we are here, how do we get out? Is there a way out? That's the question. Is there a way out? How you doing, Miss B? Welcome to
Miss
the chat.
Miss B, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you.
And Four Corners, glad you're here, sir.
Tell them pop
Anybody?
up.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and hit the panel link. I believe it's pinned.
MLA said you top 5 great best looking auditors. Check that out.
No, nope. I'm not even on the radar. I'm not even on the radar. I guess that comes from being self-conscious. I don't know, but I guess we all self-conscious in a way. So what do y'all have an opinion?
Yeah,
Go
let's
ahead
get
and
some opinions up.
All right, go ahead and hit that panel link. Mexican long hair, go ahead and hit it. Miss B, go ahead and hit it. Four Corners, go ahead and hit it.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that. MLH was putting a poll on his community page, and he was asking people to. He was putting up like five, best looking male auditor, and then he'd have 5 people. Then he'd do another one, best looking female auditor, 5 people, best looking male auditor, 5 other people. He's saying you did well in the poll. He put you on there.
Oh man, I gotta see that poll. Y'all think y'all pulling my leg. How you doing, open government investigations? My buddy. You finally showed up. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the room. Welcome. If you want to get up here on the panel, speak your mind, feel free to get up here and speak your mind because I know you have an opinion. I watch all your videos, and I'm pretty sure everybody in here watches your videos. So we don't even have to introduce you, but I am going to introduce you. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the room. Have you watched some of his videos, Topher Life?
Yes, I have.
Well, he got some good stuff, don't he?
Yeah, he got good stuff.
And they hate to see him coming.
Mm-hmm. He's in my top 10. I'm sure. For real.
Yeah, they be on that radio, be like, that guy's following us again. The one with the vest, he's following us again. We gotta make him look bad. Oh man, it's crazy. They hate us. They hate to see you coming, boy. You pull up and you be all nonchalant with the camera. You just be like, keep on working. Don't pay me no attention. And they be like, sir, step over there, sir. Step over there. You be like, I'm good right here. Step over there, sir, for officer safety. About 3 blocks away, sir. You need to go 3 blocks away.
I don't care if you film, but I need you to go down the street, take a left on that corner, and go behind that telephone pole. And you can film from right there.
Yes, sir. Got to go about 3 blocks away. Now, open government investigation. There is another channel in here. I think he's doing something right now, but his name is My State Transparency. I don't know if you ever watched any of his videos, but check out some of his stuff. He got some pretty good stuff. My State Transparency. Somebody drop a link if somebody's in here to drop that link. But I just want to introduce y'all guys to each other. Y'all got different styles, you know what I mean? But we all part of the same. I don't want to say community or movement because I don't want to like group anybody into one label or a label. But we all have an an end agenda. You know, we all trying to accomplish the same thing, get to the same place eventually. We all just going about it a different way. Nightbot, how you doing? Nightbot showed up in the chat.
Oh yeah, you got it
Yes,
working.
sir. I've been working on it all day, but I didn't think I did any. I forgot about it, man. I totally forgot about it. You know what? When I'm looking at myself on the TV, I look like my eyes are closed, like
It
I'm
does.
blind, like I'm blind or something.
Man, I if I could spell right, man, I could do this faster. I'm trying to put up Open Government's link, and I couldn't even write his name down. I'm so slow.
Yes, sir. Open government. Now, this is a new channel, so you got to bear with us. So, but at the same time, we will be growing, and you are welcome over here anytime you see this channel. So make sure you subscribe, and you always have a place over here. You will always have a voice over here, and you're always welcome over here. Okay, that get that out of the way. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is your room. So, like I say, we just want to show you some love. Hope you show us some love. Welcome to the panel, Mexican long hair, and how you doing? If you
Hey,
guys
what's up,
don't
WCN?
if you guys don't know who this guy is, go ahead and sub to his channel. Drop his channel link also and show him some love. So, Mexican long hair, I know you have an opinion. Are we living in a police state? Yay or nay?
There's 100% no question. We are living in a police state, WCN. And if you want proof, look at Brooklyn, look at parts of New York that have police. I don't know if you've ever seen these guys, but they have like these. It's sort of like at Walmart where you see these like cameras up on these long poles with these blue lights and stuff. I mean, there's those type of things parked out of people's apartment complexes. So yes, 100%, we're living in a police state. If you look on every corner in every major city, even minor city, you'll see a camera watching you. So I don't think I think that's unequivocal proof that we are in a police state, no doubt. And if you want further proof, you look no further than my channel on one of my streams. One of the sergeants in Aurora uh, decided to dox my last name on one of my live streams. So yes, the answer to that question in my mind is 100% yes. WCN. I have no doubt.
Okay, and that brings me to a topic now. Like I live out here and I live in the suburbs, and you know, like you said, there's cameras on every corner, cameras everywhere. Now, like if you go to the park, different parks out here, like in the white neighborhoods, you don't have just say a car wash, okay? Now out here you don't have like cameras at the car wash. Now in black neighborhoods, the car wash is a place where people come and they hang out and they play music and they smoke weed or whatever. You know, it's a place of gathering. Everybody's got their car and they're cleaning their car and they're hanging out. So, like in the black neighborhoods at the car wash, they have the police cameras out there. They have like 4 or 5 cameras on one pole, right there at the car wash, watching everybody, everything they're doing. So you can't do anything, and especially in the poor neighborhoods, they have those poles with the cameras everywhere. I appreciate that sub. Open government investigation. I appreciate it, man. And like I say, I watch all your videos, and every time they come out, I be waiting on them, especially those premieres. So make sure everybody go and sub to Open Government Investigation for the people that's going to be listening to this later on the WCN podcast when we load this up on our podcast station. Y'all make sure y'all go and look up Open Government Investigation on YouTube. And also look up Mexican Long Hair on YouTube, Toe for Life on YouTube, and World Citizen News. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel. Who do we have on the panel? I can't see the name. Is
For
that Corners? Four Corners. How you doing, sir?
Hey, brother, all you guys, I follow all you guys. You're all awesome. You're doing a wonderful job out there. Hey,
Speak your
did that
mind,
make it?
brothers.
Did
Yes,
that
sir.
make
We
it
heard
clear?
you. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Go
good.
ahead and speak your mind. Are we living in a police state? Yes or no? And if so, how? And is there a way out? Do you have any opinions on that? What do you say? Speak your mind.
All right, I do have an opinion on that. And yes, we are not only in a police state, but we're in a state that is being dictated by foreign powers. And when I say that, the United States of America corporation, calling our government is a corporation, they are on 10 square miles, which is Washington, D.C. Excuse me, I had to have a little drink there. Called Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is foreign occupied land. Now, if it trickles down, there you go. Cheers, brother. I'll get you some of that. Therefore, if that trickles down into our local governments, let's say uh, we get police departments that are trained by the bar association. Well, are they trained to help us, or are they trained to protect the bar association and make money? Obviously, they're trained by the bar association not only to hem us up, but to get us in the system so that the lawyers and the judges and all these corrupt officials can make money on us. Now, if you want proof of that, the proof is real simple out there. All you have to do is go to Dun and Bradstreet. Dun and Bradstreet is a company that if you have a corporation or a company, you can register with Dun and Bradstreet. Then other people can look at your financial records and can invest in you. So, here's the proof. Go to your whatever your local court system in, like right here it's Archuleta County Combined Courts, and you can look them up on Dun and Bradstreet. You can look up your county on Dun and Bradstreet. It's a corporation. Your city, a corporation. Your police departments, everything that we're seeing right now is a corporation. They're not here to help us. They never were. Originally, our government uh, was of, by, and for the people, but that changed in 1871. In 1871, Lincoln made a contract with a foreign entity called the Virginia Company from overseas, and it has all trickled down up until now. And I got so much more, guys. We are in a police state. Uh, I work with the sheriff's department. I have sit down and talked to deputies that have been through the training, and I said, "What are they teaching you?" And I'm trying to get this guy to do an interview. I said, what are they teaching you?" Well, they teach us first and foremost that we go home, we protect ourselves so we can come back to work the next day, and then they teach our law enforcement how to get people into the court system, hem them up, everything from traffic to uh, your county commissioners. Okay, so all of a sudden they make a rule that says I can't have more than one car in my driveway. Well, it's my driveway. You can kiss my ass. I'm sorry. It's my driveway. But they
Yeah.
can make a rule. And then after they make that rule, law enforcement shows up with court orders from the court system to uh, hem you up and get you in their system. What
Yeah.
we're all forgetting is that we're covered under 18 USC. And I yield with that. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
But
No.
I don't go anywhere because I want to pick your brain, and I know you have a lot more to say. Just like you said, you have a lot to say, so you stay up here. But I just wanted to add to that. Um, hold on, just for a second. I just wanted to add to that. As far as just like with HOAs, that also extends to HOA. If they sit there and they write certain laws or bylaws or policies, and they enforce these, and if you don't follow by these policies and they find you, the police will come and back them up. And I watched the video where they wanted someone to have the same type of curtains throughout the whole house or the same color blinds throughout the whole house. They want to manipulate anything and everything that you do. So I just wanted to put that out there too. And like you
Yeah.
say, that go
Can
ahead.
I that point, WCN. Um, in all actuality, it extends beyond that. Like they don't even need to call the police. All right, they HOAs are dangerous. All right, I actually think that there should be a nationwide outrage against HOAs in general. Um, they can put liens on your house. Like I remember my mom and dad live in an HOA, and they didn't like that there was I think they set out a vacuum on the front porch, right, which isn't even in the driveway. It's not, it's not, I mean, it's not an encumbrance on anybody. It's on the porch, right? And they gave them a like one of their tickets, right? And if they wouldn't have complied and removed that vacuum, they can put a lien on your house. So anything that the HOA, I'm glad you brought up HOAs, WCN, because that's super important. Like that's a lot of people's lives that are being controlled by a group of people in the community that can say at any time, "Oh, we don't like you because you're, brown. We don't like you because you're white. We don't like you because you're poor. We don't like you because you decided to put a lawnmower on the side of your house." Whatever excuse that they can get, they will use to put a lien on your house. That's all an HOA does. They get all these fees, right? They have this big fund of a bunch of people that pay upwards of. I've seen people pay like $200 a month in HOA fees or more. Um, and what do they actually do for the community but give them tickets and put liens on houses? So that's a very good point, WCN. That's an underrated aspect of a police state, and it really is a police state because, like you said, the police will back an HOA if they're called upon.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
most definitely will. Go
if I
ahead, Four
may,
Corners.
yeah, if I may jump in there on the HOAs. HOAs is a homeowners association. It's a private company. Okay, so if you move into a area that is governed by an HOA, that's on you. They can violate everything they want until they step up to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and your 18 USC United States Code. An HOA is different. Your county, if you live outside of an HOA and you live on county property, that is governed by the county and the city or whatever. But an HOA is totally different. An HOA, they can pretty much do whatever they want, and if they don't like you, they will find a reason to get you out of there. Some of my best, I'm a maintenance contractor. So some of my best work comes from an HOA because if the paint is peeling a little bit on your house, they will come and fine you and tell you to paint your house. And they've got to have it done or they will take your house. But HOAs, like Miss B says, they're a joke. Uh, Here on my property out in the country, I live up in the mountains about 8,500 feet. The county came to me and said, you've got too many vehicles in your yard, and according to our statutes and codes, they all have to be licensed and they all have to be running. And I said, sir, you better get a court order before you come back on my property, or I'm going to sue you personally. I'm not going to sue the county. I'm not going to sue the city. I'm going to sue that person, because that person is following somebody else's uh, directives to come to my house, even though somebody told him he's the one that's in violation. Good example of that is we sued our county commissioners. We didn't sue the county as a whole, we sued each and every individual county commissioner as a person. We made a few mistakes on the lawsuit. One of the things we did is we shouldn't have used their court system against them. We should have filed independent civil suits against each individual. We did lose the case. It went before the Colorado Supreme Court, and they kicked it out and whatever. The fact of the matter is your county, your city police department, your city health department, all of the above are nothing more than a corporation, just like Walmart, McDonald's, Ace Hardware. So you can't go after McDonald's when the little girl in the front of McDonald's violates your constitutional rights or whatever. You don't go after the corporation, you go after the individual. Same thing with
Yeah,
Walmart, your county commissioners, police department, et cetera, et cetera. That's something
that's a
we've got to
great
learn.
point.
That's something we got to. Hey, by the way, what's up, Mexican long hair man? I love your feet.
Hey man, thank you. I appreciate it. But hey, Four Corners, great points, man. Okay, that's another huge problem in this country that people are just totally ignoring. Actually, I think the people are waking up to a little bit is corporations rule everything in this country, right? It's not it's not about the people anymore. Back in the day, it was all about getting people Social Security and all kinds of other shit. But now it's about getting corporations tax breaks, like the WalMarts, like Four Corners mentioned. Amazon, I think, paid no taxes last year, and in fact, were issued a refund in certain aspects of their businesses. And I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right at all. And whether you like or hate Bernie Sanders, he brought up a lot of good points when he was running for president. I mean, he definitely wasn't the savior, but if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you should look at what he was saying, and at least in some aspects, and understand that he was 100% right. There's a lot of things he was wrong on, but the one thing that I really gravitated towards was his position on corporations and their failure to the American people of this country to pay their fair share of taxes. So, I mean, it's just a good starting point, and it's about time that we all rose up and said, you know what, enough is enough. These politicians are fucking worthless, because I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican politician, you're all pretty much worthless, and we need to start over. We really do. Nobody is working for the people. They're working for their health care and their benefits and their money. Every time it comes up for a vote, they vote to raise their salary. It's never no. It's never a no vote. You see what I'm saying? So, and anytime it comes to helping us with healthcare, or benefiting us with taxes or anything of that nature, it's always, oh no. We have sunset provisions. We have, for the corporations, yes, no problem. It all comes down to the donors. Look who's donating to people's campaigns, and that'll let you know everything you need to know about your local politician. I don't care if they're Democrat, Republican, or independent. They all don't work for us. So that's all I really have to say, WCN. I'm gonna jump off here. I gotta roll up a couple of joints and feel good for a night, and go on into tomorrow and think about what I'm doing tomorrow.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. And if you feel like coming back later, come on back. You're always welcome.
I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that, WCN. Everybody on panel, I appreciate all of you. Toe for Life. Who else is on here? Four Corners. I really appreciate your kind words, my friend. I don't know who the other person that just jumped up there.
My
And I always
stand.
appreciate your panels, WCN. You always go, very hard on a lot of subjects that we all should really be paying attention to. And my state transparency. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Not much, man. I'm gonna jump off, man. Have a great panel, WCN.
All right,
All right, I
MLH, we'll
appreciate it.
see you.
Love you, brother.
Yep.
How you
Later,
doing,
guys.
my state? How you doing, sir? Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel.
I'm good,
And
man. I'm good. I ain't gonna
I know,
complain.
I know you have an opinion. I'm gonna ask you the same question. Are we living in a police state? And I also wanted to add something else to that, but I'll let you answer that question first, and then I'll come back with the second part of the question.
Um, in my opinion, I would have to say yes. And I would also have to say, um, we have to take on some of that responsibility because we elect the people, um, that are in the position, um, to put us in a police state. And we by voting the way we vote, we sort of accept the state we're in subconsciously, um, sort of. Um, of course, we don't elect police officers, um, but when you say a police state, my mind goes to government overall, and I would say, yeah, we definitely live in a police state. I would also say we could definitely do something about it.
That was actually the second part of the question. Um, what can we do about it? And also, I wanted to add, how
Hey,
does it
Miss B.
affect us? How does it affect us as people being in a police state? You know, what are some of the things are we experiencing? What are some of the changes are we going through? Um, how is it affecting us? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. And I know Four Corners, he has something to say about this because I see his brain over there. I can feel it. I see it over there just moving. But back to you, my state. You said that we can do something about it. What are some of the things you think we can do something about it? How can we do anything if we can?
Um, some of the things I would say, get involved, vote, ask the right questions, um, and hold them accountable. A lot of the times we go out and do these audits. Um, we're in the post offices, the DSSs, the public libraries, and uh, police stations, and doing cop watches. I would like to encourage some of the auditors to head to the state capitals and where your selectmen are, where your state senators are, and get interviews with them, get answers and questions and resolutions from them, their opinion, and you know, um, like I said, getting involved. Of course, that scope is wide, it's wide open, but I mean, that's the most important part, getting involved and spreading the message and educating yourself first and educating everybody else around you. It starts the government level. It starts with voting, in my opinion. We have to vote the right way. We have to ask the tough questions and dig a little bit deeper than what we're being told. There's three sides to every story. There's your side, my side, and then there's the truth. So we gotta get to the bottom line and on a lot of these issues, and really hold ourselves to it too. Hold ourselves accountable to find out information they're not gonna willingly give us. You know.
And and as far as being in a police state, you can't even go to the grocery store without them knowing everything that you buy, even if you pay cash. You think you being anonymous by paying cash, but they got 3 or 4 cameras right over the register. And they got cameras on every aisle, so every aisle you walk down, they know what you're picking up. And everything that you pay for, they know what you're paying for. And I just want to bring something to everybody's attention. I don't know if people know this or not, but and the Bible speaks of the mark of the beast. Now, and it says the mark of the beast is the number of man, which is 666, and no man shall buy or sell without this mark. Now, people don't realize that that particular mark that the Bible is talking about is already here in one form, and it's actually on every product that you buy in the store as of now, and it's in the form of a barcode. Now, if you know how to read and if you know how to decipher a barcode, you will find the 666 embedded within that barcode. Now, to understand what a barcode is and how it is structured with lines. You have thin lines, you have fat lines, you have a line with a space, you have a space with a line, you have a fat thin line. You have different variations of lines, and each one of these lines or spaces represents a number. Now, you have two thin lines within the barcode community. Now, these two thin lines represent a 6. Now, you have 3 of these two thin lines strategically placed within this barcode. You have it at the very beginning of the barcode. You have two thin lines. Now, y'all go find any product that you have in your house right now so you can follow along with me. Pick up a product that has a barcode on it. Now, in the beginning of the barcode, you have two thin lines. These two thin lines represent a 6, where if you know how to read the lines of a barcode. Now, if you look directly in the middle of the barcode, you have two thin lines. And if you look at the very end of the barcode, you have two thin lines. But pay attention to this. Up under those two thin lines in the beginning, the middle, and the end, there is no number up under those lines. Now, in the beginning of the barcode, you see a number, but that number is actually the second number of the barcode. Now, that second number of the barcode is taken and put in the first place. It's put in the beginning of the barcode. So if you look at it, you'll see that that number is actually moved out in front of the first two thin lines. And those first two thin lines doesn't have a number up under it. Now, the second pair of two thin lines directly in the center of the barcode, there is no number up under those two thin lines. Now, at the very end, you see the two thin lines. There is no number up under those two thin lines. That last number is actually the second to the last number, and it's taken and put out behind the last two, uh, those two thin lines. Just like in the beginning, it's taken and put in front. So that first number is actually the second number, and that last number is actually the second to the last number. So, and if you look on the barcode, you may see two thin lines somewhere else within that barcode pattern. And if you do see those two thin lines within that barcode pattern, look up under those two thin lines and you'll see a 6. So within every product, you have 666 in the beginning, in the center, and at the end. And it's on everything that you buy. I dropped the mic.
Yeah, it's all about control. Uh, they want to control us. The biggest problem. Uh-oh, I think I froze up.
No, we hear you. You didn't freeze.
He didn't freeze. I was hearing him fine. Well, let me get back to something that my state said while Four Corners is trying to figure out what he's got going on. The voting. I believe that the voting, everybody thinks about when you say voting, they automatically jump and run and think about president, voting for the president. I think that is the very least voting that if we want to make change to worry about the voting. I think voting at the local level, because you think about all these senators, all these congressmen, representatives, and presidents. What were they before they were presidents, congressmen, senators?
Regular citizen.
But what were they before that, or what were they after that? They were mayors, governors, councilmen. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They started a political career in small venues. So that's where we need to, if we want to make real change, we had to focus more on our smaller, or your
Exactly.
city councils, your mayors,
Exactly.
your governors, then on to your state reps and things like that. And that's how. So you weed them the swamp out in Washington and get people, these new up and comers that have a real vision and not the same old garbage bullshit that's been going on for 100 years. That's my take on that. So
100%. Voting is important. 100%.
yeah, but it
It's
starts.
like something
You can't
happens
just.
and we
But what I
complain about it from our computers and our phones and our devices, but we never actually get out there to do anything. We're not really helping the cause.
right, but like a lot of people, they only vote for the president, and then they don't vote for nothing else. You think that however many supposed millions of people that voted for Biden and voted for Trump this time, you think them people, all those people, voted in their local elections? I bet you half of them didn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And that's what I mean when I say, as citizens, we do our due diligence. We at some level, at some point, we have to take some responsibility and hold ourselves accountable for that because
Yep.
those people don't elect themselves.
Right.
You know what I mean? They don't elect themselves, and of course, probably 100% of everybody, if not close to it, here that's in the chat and on the panel, probably did vote at a local level. But the vast majority is the issue. Is encouraging them, educating them on the importance of voting and getting involved in their communities because you see what's happening when the vast majority aren't involved in their community and at the local level with their uh, voting at the local level. It becomes a police state, and the more people become, you know, uh, over passive or dormant, um, or even lower than that, bootlegging. The more people do that, the more Karens we have, the more Darrens we have, the more difficult it becomes. Um,
Right.
and of course, there's some people you just won't change their mind. They're just gonna vote the way they want, and that's gonna be that. So it's just hard work and diligence, and educating yourself and the people around you to vote and how important it is, especially locally, and not just vote, but a lot of things locally.
Yes, sir. And like you said, we got to start on a local level. Start around you. Start with school boards. Get involved in school board activities and go to the meetings and stuff, things of that nature, and anything that's local, any type of local businesses and local boards, anything that you feel that you can get in and start trying to make a change. So just like you say, you don't have to start at the top. You got to start somewhere. So start locally.
Yeah.
I got my garbage all straightened out here.
All right, go ahead and jump back into this conversation. I,
I
I
appreciate
want
it.
to, I want
Sean
to, I want to hear, I want to hear what you got to say.
Striker in the house. It's on. In, I appreciate that. You guys in the chat, share the stream. swatching 7 thumbs. Do something about that, guys. Okay, so when we're electing somebody like the president of the United States, he is the CEO of the United States Corporation, not our government. That government was formed it started in 1869, formed in 1871. They came over because of the Civil War. The United States of America was devastated. We were broke. Uh, People were starving because of the Civil War. So our government at the time, our real government at the time, uh, the first bar attorney president made a contract overseas with the company called the Virginia Company. You can look all this up. It's all out there public. The Virginia Company came over and formed Washington, D.C. They are a company, a corporation. The president of the United States is actually not our president. He's president of that company. Now, if you take that trickle down all the way down to your city council and your city, the city of Van Nuys, look it up. It's not run by the people according to the way our founding fathers set it up. It's ran as a corporation. That's why their job is to make more codes, more statutes, more things that are going to hem us up and keep us down. So, the only way we can combat this is to eliminate them or to put them in check. Here's a good example. The state of Alaska, a group of people in the state of Alaska formed what is called an assembly, not through a grand jury assembly, not through the bar association, but through we the people. They got it all put together, and then they gave notice to the governor of Alaska, said you can either follow what we want done or we will replace you. And everybody says, well, how are you going to replace a governor? If you're operating the way the founding fathers set it up, and you want to replace a governor that is doing the wrong thing, all you have to do is call in the National Guard of that state, and the National Guard will put an interim governor in and replace the bad governor until one is elected. Now I'm going pretty deep into this. What we have been deceived is, where have we been deceived, and who are they? That's always the question I ask everybody. Who are they that are making these rules and regulations, and where did they come from? So, and it's always they and them against us. We have to ask ourselves, we got to go back into history and say, who are they? Another thing I'll throw out there: the Bar Association, the British Accredited Registry, the lawyers and the judges, they are actually the ones controlling everything. Because if the president of the United States says to do something, immediately it has to go to court and judges, and then they decide. Well, what's wrong with that? So where did the Bar Association come from? The Bar Association were originally known as carpetbaggers, and they came off ships, and they came from England. They came on and established a court system. Then they realized, holy crap, we could make a lot of money on this. We can make a tremendous amount of money doing this. And they took over our legal system. So, what is the original legal system? Okay, so our original legal system set up by the founding fathers says if there's no victim, there's no crime. But yet, if you're driving down the street and you got a tail light out and they pull you over, then who's the victim there? How do they do that? How come they can come to my house and say, we're going to fine you $100 a day until you get that extra car out of your driveway? How do they do that? Who are they to do that? There's no victim me having more than one car. So there's no crime. That's the way our founding fathers set it up. So if say for instance my next door neighbor knocks down my fence, then I'm a victim. The crime is that my neighbor knocked down my fence. I go to my neighbor first and I said, dude, put up my fence, please. And if he doesn't do it, then what do? Then I go to the grand jury established by we the people, not the court system, not their grand jury, our grand jury within our community. And I go and I file a complaint with the grand jury. The grand jury sends out a investigator. The investigator goes, investigates, brings it back to the grand jury. The grand jury then then has a grand jury meeting, and they indict the person that knocked down my fence. That's how it's supposed to work. And this goes all the way up to murder. The Bar Association and the court system, again, you can look your court system up on Dun and Bradstreet. If they're making good money, you can invest in the court system. That may sound crazy, but that's the way this world is. That's the planet we're in right now. The only fix available to us is when we go back in history to 1871 and realize what Lincoln did, the first Bar Association president, and what he said. He said, and I quote, once the people are back in control, the corporation has to stand down. That's what they did in Alaska. That's what they're doing right now, even in California as we speak, and other states. I don't want to go into detail. It has to be we, the people, in control, not the corporation. Now, remember, according to our Constitution, the President of the United States is also operating as our commander in chief of our military. Not the military industrial complex, but our military that is set up by the Constitution. So, do we address him? Do we address him as the CEO of Walmart, or do we address him as the commander in chief of our military? And that's how we did it. And I yield. That's a lot of information. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate your time. And you don't have to yield, but makes a valid point. We are living in a police state, and this police state is ran by a corporation. This is strictly business. It's never personal. And that's exactly what he's saying, that we are being ran by a corporation. The president is loyal to the corporation. The police are loyal to the corporation. The corporation, America is a corporation. It's not a country. It is a corporation. We have been hijacked, and we didn't even see it coming. A lot of people don't even know that it happened, and it happened a long time ago. And Four Corners, you have any information on when did this happen? When did this hijack of the American way of life happen? When did we become a corporation? I believe it was in what, 1933,
1871.
1871.
1871, and I'll pull up a document here that I can actually
Well,
read to you. Or maybe, let's
go
see,
ahead, pull it up.
Sean Stryker maybe can help me with the document. Avoiding the Act of 1871. This is actually really good. Okay, so when we were devastated as a country because of the Civil War, the president at the time, Lincoln, the first traitor as far as I'm concerned, Lincoln, oh, he's a president. No, he's a traitor. Lincoln actually made a contract with the Virginia Company. The Virginia Company came in and established the 10 square miles called Washington, D.C. I've already said this, but it's worth repeating again. Their commission, or the objective with the Virginia Company, now known as United States of America, all caps. Their commission was to provide the people of the United States with 19 things. 19 things. And I could go down the list of the 19 things. It was like, to help us out, to get us back on our feet. And then they realized, well, heck, we can make a lot of money doing this. So we're going to create anything and everything we want to control the people. Okay, so let's name a few off. There's the uh, uh, Food and Drug Administration, the Health Administration, this administration, that administration. They're all corporations. Each and every name I've named, they're all corporations operating under the big corporation. If you see my point,
Yes, sir.
they're all de facto. Another thing, everybody worries about the national debt. Is that our national debt, or did the corporation create that? We don't owe
They
that.
created.
It's
They
their
created,
debt,
and they
not
expect
mine.
us. They expect us to pay it.
Right. But if we educate ourselves on who we are versus who they are, then what we'll start finding out is they actually do not have any authority over us, and that's a big one. And here's a good example. Okay, so I drive into McDonald's, and the little girl comes out and sees I have a tail light out, and she proceeds to write me a ticket. What authority does she have to write me that ticket? Same goes up to the police departments and the county commissioners, all the way up to the great big giant corporation calling themselves. Yeah, they violated the Organic Act of 1871, Section 17. So therefore, that contract is void. That's Sean Stryker. He's a buddy of mine. He's sharing this out so we can get you some more people in here watching. The the police department is operating to not only protect, in the county sheriff's department, not only to protect the bar association, but to make money for the city and make money for the bar association. It's one big club, and we ain't in it.
We
Problem
definitely
is,
ain't.
right, we got to figure out how to fix it. Well, we figured it out, and I won't go into that in too much detail right away, but a whole bunch of us figured it out. In 2008, I was making really good money. I was living in a great big house, 3-car garage, 2.5 bath, and whatever. Okay. I had a boat, and I had a Sea-Doo, and I had all the toys, snowmobile, had all the toys. And then one day, overnight, the president of the corporation came in and shut down all the oil wells in Casper, Wyoming, and in Wyoming. Everybody's out of work. I was out of work. I wasn't making any money. Couldn't pay my mortgage, which is another scam. Won't go in there. Couldn't pay my mortgage. I had some savings. I was throwing my savings at the mortgage, hoping something would change. I lost everything. And I sit down and I backed up and I said, how did that just happen? Who are they? And that's when I've been doing research ever since 2008. And Sean Stryker can testify to the amount of research I've done on this. I had to ask myself first, who are they? And when we see a sheriff's department or a cop, you have to ask yourself, who are they? Who are they working for? And that's very important because their job is to hem us up. Our job is to re-educate ourselves so we know who they are and what authority we actually have over them, like 18 USC 241, 242. And I yield with that a little bit. I got to get some water.
I'm gonna need to get your email address also, Four Corners, because I'm gonna be picking your brain beyond this live stream. Um, but he's making a lot of good
Sure,
points.
sure.
He's making a lot of
I,
good points. So we all need to get this information and disseminate it throughout throughout the community, throughout the individuals that are interested in it. So my job is to start accumulating a lot of different information concerning laws and case laws and things of that nature. Because I first, like you said, first thing I do, what my state say, you have to start educating yourself. You have to educate yourself first in order for you to start trying to make any type of change or educating anybody. Because if you don't know nothing, you can't teach nobody or you can't tell nobody anything.
Right.
So, even if you might have like you might say no, just you might know this is not right, but you don't know why it's not right. You need to know the details, the case laws, the 0.5 subsection 7. You need to know that because they'll use that against you if you don't. And a lot of times they won't know it. They don't know the law. They don't know law. But even if they did, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. They're going to hope that you don't know the law so they can violate you
Right.
because we
Exactly.
are, yeah, because we are living in a police state. And I was watching a video today, getting a lot of feedback from you, Tow Truck. I mean, Tow for Life. I was watching a video today where a guy, him and his daughter was driving the truck. Um, they pulled up. They saw some guy laying on the side of the road. He was just laying there. So they got out and asked him, was he okay? And he said he got hit by a car. So they called the police. State troopers pull up. First thing state troopers started doing was barking orders like, "You need to move over there." And it was like, "Well, okay, but I'm not driving. That's my I'm not driving." So the guy he told the trooper, "I'm not driving." Basically, why you telling me to move? So then the trooper started having an attitude and started saying, "Well, what? I need your ID. I need your ID." Instead of worrying about the man that's laying on the ground that's hurt, that possibly got hit by a car, and he's just laid out, stretched all out. Now he's sitting here concerned about this man ID. So the man was like, "Well, I don't have an ID." So now he wants to ID the man, find out who the man is, and the man simply called the police because somebody was laying on the side of the road. Now he wants to identify this man. And the man's like, "I'm not going to identify. I'm not driving. This is not a traffic stop. Only thing I did is call the police to get some help for somebody that could be possibly dying." And so now the cop puts the guy up under arrest. He arrests the guy, throw him in the back of the truck, all because the guy wouldn't give him an ID. And the whole time there's a guy laying on the ground, possibly dying, and the cop has not once went over there and checked on him because he's so butthurt that he has to get this man information. His ego is just that big that he has to have complete control of the whole situation, which is crazy. And these are the type of people that the corporation has hired. They hire these people with low IQs. They don't hire intelligent people. They don't want these people that's intelligent. And I
Always
yield.
ask your. Oh, you're fine, brother. Love it. Always ask yourself when you come up against when you come up against sorry, I'm multitasking here. Anybody, any of them or they, you have to ask yourself who are they, and that goes for the person walking up to your yard, and he's going to come on your yard. This is my property. I have rights. 18 USC 241 242. Look that up. I have rights. What right do you have to come on my property? Well, I'm the county code enforcement dude. I said, I don't give a rat's ass who you are. You have no right to come on my property. And I have debated with them, and they don't even come to my house anymore. I told them, look, you harass me, I'm going to put a pallet fence up, and I'm going to paint it pink and purple and just piss off everybody. So leave me alone. And I went one further. I actually went one further than that, and I sent them some documentation, and I gave them notice, and I said, don't bother me because you're in violation of my civil rights. period. And I gave them notice. Several of us did, because they were harassing us because we're outspoken, and they haven't been back. Let's see. I am going to share a screen for you, and this is something we all, and guys, if you can do a screen capture of this, because this is actually what we're up against, is knowing our rights versus being violated on a constant basis. Let's see, I got this up there. This is a sign that's in front of my property. And when they come to my property and they drive down my driveway and they see this sign, they know right away that I know what I'm talking about. I'm going to read it to you. To federal officers of the IRS, HUD, HEW, HUD, environmental health, and other unconstitutional agencies, and to all local members of planning zoning boards, USC Title 18, Section 241 and 242, USC Title 42, 1981, 82, 83, 85, and 86. Warning: you are hereby advised of the following federal criminal law. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, intimidate any citizen in the free exercise of enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution of the laws of the United States, or because of him having so exercised the same, or in other words, exercising your right to shut up is a good example. If two or more persons go in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another, could be the county courthouse, could be the city hall, on the premises of another with the intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise of enjoyment, any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. If death results, they shall be subject to imprisonment for any term of years or for life. Land use fee. Now, this goes to any official that crosses onto my property. I immediately hit them with the phone, get their name, identify them, because here's the kicker: land use fee, $5,000 per person per day or any part thereof. This legal notice of trespassing or trespass is actually a legal document, because I have given them notice. I've given them the law, not their opinion. I've given them the law under USC, and I've given them the warning, and then I told them how much it's going to cost them. They quit bothering me, brother. They just quit.
Yeah, because you showed them the law, so there's nothing they can do about it. They knew they just couldn't run over you. And when exactly was this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was muted there
Okay.
for a second.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering when exactly was this? Was this recent?
Um, no, I put this sign up in, I think it was 2013, 2014, somewhere in there. 2013. And the reason I put this sign up is one of my neighbors. I live in an area where there's really nice houses. I've been here 21 years. They moved in and started changing the rules, but I'm grandfathered in. Well, the developer of this land around me got a hold of uh, another person that lives here in the area, and they conspired to go to the county and have the county come and have me clean up my yard. And I said, well, okay, good luck with that. The county sent an inspector down here. The inspector didn't read the sign. He crossed on. I put this sign up because I saw this coming, and that was in 2013. I saw this coming. The inspector crossed over, and I took him out there and read the sign. And I said, "You better just go away." And well, they came back with law enforcement, and they came back and started harassing me. And that's when I sent them notice. I sent it to the county commissioners. I sent it to the uh, city attorney. Why do we have to have a city attorney? Why in the hell is there a city attorney and a county attorney and all this other stuff? Why are they running our lives? Anyway, that's a side note. So I sent letters out to everybody, and I said, "You best just leave me alone because I know what I'm talking about. It's our rights to be happy in our land." So anyway, they started attacking me with taxes and this and that and the other, and I won that. The thing is if I don't know my Fourth Amendment right to shut up, or Fifth Amendment right to shut up, or if I don't know my First Amendment right to record, or if I don't know my uh, Fourth Amendment right to privacy, then I can't exercise that. How would I exercise that if I don't know anything about it? And that's our problem. They're not teaching us these things in school. They did not teach me this in school. They taught me about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, but they didn't teach me how to apply the Constitution and Bill of Rights in my own life. And that's a huge deal. Now there's thousands of us that have woke up to what is really happening and who they are and why they have no authority over me, uh, just like McDonald's or Walmart. Now, here's something. We have, according to our First Amendment, we have the right to assemble and protest our government. But see, here's what is really odd about that. Okay, so we go jumping up and down and yelling and screaming at the top of our lungs at the county commissioners. No, we don't want a new jail. We don't want a new jail, but they build a jail anyway. Is he listening? Are they listening? No. So when the First Amendment says the right to assemble, it's not about protesting. It's the right for us as we the people to assemble our own grand juries and to take back our government. So many counties and states are doing it right now. I'm not going to go into that. It's happening uh, mainly because we're waking up to their lives and to who they are.
And that's what they're scared of. They're scared of the curtain being pulled back. The emperor wears no clothes. So, and that's what we need to do. We need to educate ourselves so we can wake up, first of all, and then that way we can wake up other people. And the more people that wake up, the more of a chance we have to succeed in taking back what's ours, taking our rights back. We have to take our power back one way or another. If we don't take our power back, they're gonna completely strip us of our power. And I'm not gonna be no cattle. I'm not gonna be sheep for nobody. I'm not gonna go into chains. You're gonna have to kill me before that happens. I'm not gonna be the one.
I'm not either. I'm done with it. I thought, okay, so I thought I was living the American dream. You know, I had all the toys and all the things, and I'd go to work and I'd come home and watch football or baseball or whatever or NASCAR, and I thought everything was fine. All of a sudden, all of a sudden, they jerked it all out from underneath me, and I couldn't figure out why and how they did that. How did you guys do that? And that's when I woke up and started doing my own research and trying to get an understanding. And I found some people that were doing the same thing. We've been doing it since 2008, and uh, there's been a lot of headway. Bottom line is, if we don't know, we can't apply it. If you don't know not to mix water with oil, paint and try and stick it on the wall, then you just screwed up. Well, it's the same thing with our constitutional rights. And remember, here's something else is the Constitution has changed. We got to remember to go back to our original Constitution, the original Constitution for our state, because at one point we had a state constitution and then the state turned corporation. Remember, your state is a nation state, it's a country. It's just because it says state and it's part of the United States, we forget one thing. The United States has no authority over my country, and my country is in Colorado. It's a separate country. But at some point, my country of Colorado changed uh, they went corporate and they changed the Constitution. And if we're going to do anything, we have to go back to our original documents, our original Constitution. Answer that phone. And I don't mean to be ranting, but this is real heavy. Like I say, this happened to me, and I had to
Well,
start figuring it out.
I'm interested in it. I'm pretty sure other people are interested in it too. So you can go ahead and fill us in because this is something that's new to me. So some of these things, are new to a lot of people. So we all need to learn.
I'll jump in there and let me. I had to pull that down so I could pull up a document here. Okay, so when President Trump became president, we didn't talk to him. This group of people I'm talking about didn't talk to him as the CEO of Walmart or the CEO of the corporation. We made specific demands to him, to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and another high government thing, military thing. We made the demands to him as our commander in chief. And I'm multitasking here, so if I stutter a little bit. Okay, so we told the government that the Act of 1871 was voided because they broke the contract. And we demanded of President Trump that he repeal the Act of 1871. Let me see if I can pull it up here, because we wrote him a letter. It's PDF and it's loading. We wrote him a letter. Said this contract's void, and we want you to void this contract with the corporation called Washington, D.C. That took all the countries that were involved in Washington, D.C. out of the picture. Okay, now I don't know if you guys remember, we wrote that letter on June 6, 2019. And I don't know if you remember, but Trump, not the CEO, but Trump, the leader of our military, our commander in chief, walked in front of the Queen. Another thing that he did is during the when he was speaking to all the nations, I can't think what it's called right off. When he was speaking to all the nations, he said, and I quote, he's giving it back to the people. Problem is we've got to take it. He couldn't just say, okay, everything is null and void and we're giving it back to the people. We the people have to be the ones that get out there and get things done. Sorry if I'm stuttering.
No, you're doing okay, man. I don't hear you stuttering.
Let me see if I
And
can get this
and
document.
a lot of that over there with the Queen, those are rituals they're doing, right in
Yes,
right in plain sight.
absolutely. Um, we won't go into that because it's disgusting what they're doing to children. The question that you have posed is, are we in a police state? And what do we do about it?
So what do you propose we do about it?
We assemble. We assemble according to, there's a document and I'll read it to you. We assemble according to what our founding fathers set up for us. Now, the only way we're going to get ahead of this game is if we all get on uh, the same page. Now, what they're trying to do is divide us with racism and uh, politics and all this socialism, everything from gay pride to whatever. They're trying to keep us divided because they know, the corporation, the cabal, the big banks, they know if we ever get this and ever figure this out, we got them. Well, right now, what's happening? Sean Stryker, he is the coordinator for the state of California, and he knows. I mean, he and the state of California, they're getting their counties together and giving notice. In other words, okay, so I get a grand jury set up in my county. I give my we give notice to the county commissioners that we're not going to operate under your corporate rule anymore. We give notice to the uh, city council, county commissioners, the bar association, and it's called public notice. We, the people, are in control now, just like Lincoln said, once the people are in the control, the corporations have to stand down. This is happening in Texas, Arizona, Alaska, Michigan. Um, I don't know how many states now. Stryker can answer that. He's over there. Uh, like I said, the General Assembly of Alaska gave notice to. He's county moderator. Okay. The General Assembly, Alaska General Assembly, gave notice to the governor of Alaska and told the governor of Alaska, we're in control now. No. You have a choice. You can either work with us or we can replace you. And the governor of Alaska, and there's documentation, anything I'm saying, there's documentation. I can back anything I'm saying up. Stryker can testify to that. The governor of Alaska wrote a letter back to the General Assembly of Alaska and said, please don't fire me. Okay, so one of the requisitions that the General Assembly of Alaska said to the governor was, we do not want the federal government in control of our waterways any longer. What did he do? He told the federal government, you're no longer in control of our waterways. That was like right there in the face. And that was a wake-up call for me, because what I realized is we're doing something. We have control, but we have to take it back through the way the founding fathers set it up. General Assembly, real simple. We can actually, under a General Assembly, we can start arresting county commissioners and anybody else that violates us.
Man, that would be a sight to see. Actually, be able to do an arrest on politicians and people that work for the government, that's in government positions. Um, they get out of line, they start talking trash to you. They disrespect you. Hey, you're fired. I would love that if it would be that easy. We could get them fired just for being disrespectful. they would straighten up so fast if they knew that their jobs was at stake or that they could be arrested for criminal activity. And a lot of these people that's in these government positions, they are criminals. And it doesn't matter if they work for the county, the clerks, all of them, they're stealing time one way or another. They're stealing something from us, whether it be time, money, um, votes, anything. From the low level government officials to the politicians, all the way up to the president. All of them are crooked. Everybody, they all in on it, one way or another.
Correct. You have to think, can I go to the CEO of Walmart and tell them to change something? They'll laugh you out of the building. Same thing with your county commissioners. Can you go to the county commissioners and tell them to change something? Well, you can try, but they'll laugh you out of the building. Now, there are some county commissioners that in some cities that actually listen, but the amount is very slim. Very few. Good example. Over 250 of us here in this small county that I live in, they were going to make funds and they were going to do a levy to increase our taxes to build a jail. We said, no, we don't want you building a jail. Our jail is fine. There's nothing wrong with our jail. Over 200 people impressed upon them not to do it. They did it anyway. As a matter of fact, they got a loan and did it anyway. And you know how I knew they got a loan? Because I follow them on Dun and Bradstreet. Dun and Bradstreet is the company that follows corporations so you can invest. Soon as they got a loan for the courthouse or for the jail, it popped up as an alert in my email that they were doing something financial. It's crazy.
Okay. And what app is that you use to get those notifications?
I will drop a link for Dun and Bradstreet in the private chat,
Yeah, do that.
and you can get that app, and I encourage everybody, look up your county. Mine is Archuleta County. I looked it up, and they're on Dun and I looked up my court system. They're on Dun and Bradstreet. I looked up my city, which is Pagosa Springs, Colorado. They're on Dun and Bradstreet. And Sean Stryker dropped that in chat.
I appreciate that.
And I'm going to drop it in private chat also.
All right, I appreciate that, Striker.
Stryker's good people. He's real good people. I don't know. I guess I met Sean Stryker about, I guess it's going on 3 years now. And
Okay.
they were on one of my lives, and I told them what I'm telling you guys right now. And dadgummit, Sean Stryker dove in there. He said, man, this makes perfect sense. And he started gathering people. Now he is, let's see, he's the county moderator. I don't know which county it is, but it's in California, and several counties are popping off, like he says. Several counties are figuring this up. Several groups of people are realizing that once we're back in control, they have to stand down. That's the way the rules were written.
All right. Mr. Striker, get up here on the panel. I would like to hear your opinions. I would like you to get up here and speak your mind. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in California, what you guys are dealing with over there on that side of the planet, if you don't mind. Feel free to get up here and let us know what's going on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to walk away for just a second. I got to fill my water bottle.
Go ahead, because the world is interested. The world is listening. It goes beyond the people that's in here on panel. It goes beyond the people that's in here in the chat, because this right here is going to live on to the WCN podcast. So this will be broadcasted through our podcast and through our different channels that we have throughout the social media. So we would love you to get up here and give us some information and speak your mind. And anybody else out there that would like to get on panel, go ahead. The link is pinned. I believe the panel link is pinned. So if you need it, go ahead and get that link and jump up here on the panel. And feel free to speak your mind. Are we living in a police state? If so, how did we get here? And
Audio
how do
check. Am
we
I
get
with Charlie?
out? Yes, sir. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the panel.
As Ricky knows, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, World Citizens News. I do apologize if the phone cuts out. It's an old LG G5 because I'm a cheap bastard. But yeah. Oh, it's starting to cut out right now. Hold on. Let me see if Chrome will stay open. All right. Are we still in?
Yes, sir. We're still here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I have a thing when you open up StreamYard in the Chrome browser, it tries to, it says, Chrome is not responding. Do you want to close it or wait, So, yeah, Ricky's giving you some good 411. And then on my side of the house, I'm out here in Riverside County, California. Heck, I just got a message about us having a venue for one of our county meetups because we're already doing in-person meetings, etc. We have published our notice as a county. We are in the rebuttal period as of this weekend. So awesome for us. And what we mean by that is like how Ricky had the no trespass sign. When you form a state level general assembly, you will publish a notice. And if the government doesn't rebut it under their own rules, their silence is their consent. It's them defaulting. So like for California here, we used San Francisco Chronicle to make sure it's in Gavin Newsom's district, and we used USA Today to cover the whole state and or country. We actually published a notice that we're getting together because you guys haven't given us good government. You denied us our rights as promised under the Constitution. Like we had several grievances and charges listed, and people have to understand you have to do this process long before people jump to the Second Amendment. You have to lawfully petition for redress of grievances. Like you see in the Declaration of Independence, they list 10 grievances and they said, we keep addressing you. And King George, you're not listening to we the people. So we are declaring in front of the world, and we're being candid. They actually put that word in, candid. This is so everyone knows why we're rebelling and why we're pulling out of the British Empire. And that they gave us a blueprint with that. But a lot of folks think that if you go to City Hall and you bang on a drum and wave a poster, that's giving a notice. No, that's just vocalizing. You got to put it in writing. That's why the founders signed the Declaration of Independence. If you put it in writing, you're committing to it. It becomes a law, becomes a declaration of intent. If you guys notice, all these mandates that Joe Biden and everyone is putting out, they're not signing anything. They're just saying, here's our guidance, here's our advice, here's what OSHA thinks you could do. Nobody has signed their signature because they know the second they sign a signature to a document, they are lawfully and legally and constitutionally responsible for what happens. So that's a head trip in itself, guys. Most of the time, this stuff you're hearing about COVID doesn't apply. The first, I'm trying not to get you struck, sorry. The first thing you hear about the cough, the sneeze, whatever you want to call it. When you have your first bit of guidance that came down from Sleepy Joe, the stuff said for federal employees, but everybody was like, oh, the state's telling us what to do. No, they're saying federal employees. Listen, use your ears, use your common sense, and use their words. Okay, you're not a federal employee, they can pound sand. This is one of the things they try to do is they try to trap you in confusion and trap you in your words. And because people don't pay attention, they think everything applies to them because that television's in their living room or it's in their hand as a cell phone. They don't understand that sometimes they specify things are not for you or not for me. It's for this group, okay, airplane stewardesses and airplane pilots. All right, well, unless you're flying, you're not really in that, business. But then they expand it from there. That's always their trick. It's overreach.
And I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to you guys, if you don't mind. Also, before I finish yielding the floor, in about 22 minutes, I have to get on a conference call we do on Zoom. It's an introduction to a general assembly hosted by our moderators out of Orange County. And we do that on a repeating schedule every Wednesday night. So we have training that way. On national-assembly.net, we have a conference call listed. That training and education is on Thursday nights. And unfortunately, my county call is closed for county business on Fridays, but we do a weekly Friday call for those of us out in Riverside County. So lots of 411 being exchanged, lots of people getting together and doing things, guys. It's an awesome time to be alive. So stay motivated, bare minimum. Don't let this news get you down. Don't let these politicos get you down. There's a lot of good stuff going on. I yield.
I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sean Stryker in the house.
Yeah, if I talk real rapid fire, I haven't even had my energy drink for the day yet. It's just my delivering cadence.
It's all good, Mr. Stryker, and feel free to stop by anytime. And like I tell everybody that comes by here, this is your room, so feel free to, anytime you see this panel open, feel free to jump on here. And even if you don't have anything to say, get up here and help support this channel and help make it grow. And at the same time, feel free to drop your link so people can know where to find you. And if they got any questions, they may have some questions they want to ask you to pick your brain. So go ahead and drop your link or your channel link in the chat.
I'll have to swing the YouTube tab back up, so bear with me if we get an echo.
No problem, sir.
Hey, Stryker, drop the link on the Red Beckman videos
Yes,
from
sir.
my channel. That is
Go ahead
an
and drop
awesome
it.
understanding. Red Beckman explained it. And it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long, but he explained it. And the way he explained it was like, oh my God, now we know who they are. So a lot of people say, well, I'm going to go sue the county commissioners using the Bar Association. Well, you're not going to get anywhere because you're using their system against them. It would be like me using the pharmacy in Walmart to sue the automotive department. How's that going to work out for you?
It's not. The lady at the pharmacy might be dating the guy in the automotive department, so they got each other's back. It's that blue line symbol.
That's right.
They're gonna protect
Yep.
each other. That's how it go, man. Yeah, it's like you're using one hand to try to fight the other hand, and it's all part of the same body.
Right. And that's something we have to learn and understand. How come when I address grievances with my president, CEO of the United States, they don't listen to your like say the state or country of Colorado. How come they don't have to listen to me? Because they don't have to. They're not working for me. They're working for them. They're working for their own corporation. So, okay, I'll use the Bar Association to set them straight. Well, that ain't going to work either because, just like I said, it's like using their system against them. It doesn't matter. They're going to find a loophole. And if they can't find a loophole in the law, in their corporate structure law, then they'll make up something. They'll just make something up. No, it'll throw it out of court because we found a new law.
Welcome to the chat, Margaret. How you doing? How you doing? And whoever else is in here, drop a one so I can go ahead and mention your name. I want to go ahead and give you some recognition throughout the chat. Welcome back to the panel, Stryker. We got four corners on the panel. And I
Sorry about that.
appreciate both of you. No problem. I appreciate both of you guys because
Yeah.
this is a topic that the world needs to. We need to talk. We need to have discussions like this, and this is the only way for us to learn is to have these discussions because you may have a little bit of information. This guy over here may have some information, and this guy over here may be lacking some information. So when we come together on these panels, we can share these different share this information, and that way we can all learn because knowledge is supposed to be free. And if you have some information, now if it takes you a year to compile some information and you have to, you want to be compensated for your time and effort, then that's something different. But I'm talking about just general information that's available for everybody. That's you can just Google it if you knew how to find it, if you knew what to look for. A lot of people don't know what to look for when it comes to this information. They don't know how to actually find what they're looking for. They don't know how to uh, basically just find that information. So that's one of the reasons a lot of people are left out because they don't understand the terminology of some of the legal jargon and things of that nature. So by listening to these type of panels, this is where they get their information and they may learn something. They may get a link from somebody that may send them somewhere. Just like you dropped that link, you said that the guy, it's about an hour long, but he explains it in such a way that you get it.
Red Beckman, absolutely. That's one of my fallbacks. If anybody wants to get a good understanding of what we're up against and who they are, uh, that Red Beckman video is a must see, absolute must see. And it's part of educating ourselves. And let me explain something. You're not going to be able to just go find this stuff because they don't want you to know. It's all hidden information, and it's all in our uh, true Constitution and Bill of Rights. I never thought in my life I would study my state constitution, and it's hundreds of pages, and I had to because I had to understand what they did and how come they're attacking me with new codes and statutes.
Yeah, again,
What
apologies, guys, that my call dropped there. It's kind of funny. Whenever I start posting that good 411, it seems Google Chrome just doesn't like it when we're making progress. I'm not saying it's anyone listening in on us, but those AI algorithms, especially on YouTube, they're kind of funny.
Yeah,
So,
well, especially with this particular topic. Toe for life. I didn't kick you. I don't know what happened, man. So go ahead and get back up here. I just looked up and you were gone. I thought maybe your phone died or something. Um, and we got this new chat box or night box up here. So I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's kicking people, but I don't think he can kick anybody. Because I really don't know how to program them yet. I just started messing with them today, so and I'm scared to go back in there and mess with it now because it might destroy what I'm doing now. Because I was doing it from a cell phone, but I'll figure it out later. But so y'all just bear with me and Nightbox. I thought I had changed his name, but now he came back up in here as Nightbox. So
It's all
guess you
good.
can't change. Yeah, I guess you can't change his name. So once I figure out how to program him,
Hosea 4:6 in the Bible, very simple. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. If you don't know that you have a First Amendment right to videotape in public places, and you take a picture, or you're out there videotaping, and a cop comes up and says, "No, you can't do that," then you're going to cave and walk away. But if you know and you have that knowledge, then you know your rights. And that's what this is all about. They have stripped us from our rights. Oh, we're a free country. Yeah, kiss my ass if you think so. We're not a free country. We're a country
mm-mm.
of enslavement, and we've been enslaved by the crown, believe it or not. Destry Payne, I see you there. What's up?
And they got you thinking, and this is how slow minded the people are. People actually think they own stuff, and they got you thinking that you own a property, own a house, but if you don't pay certain taxes, they just come and just steal it. They take it right back, so you never own nothing. But they got you
Right.
thinking that you do. They got you thinking you free, and you're not free.
Right.
You're just a
You buy
battery.
Yeah, you buy a car, but you can't drive it unless you go
You
by their rule.
you're a
Hello.
battery. You
Hmm.
you are a battery. That's it. You're a
And
generator for them. That's all they
I wanted to
want
say
you
good.
to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say good evening, Destry. If you guys want some really good 411, Destry has a interview with another channel on YouTube, based Prism. It's a two hour long form interview. And if you want, I'll drop that chat in your chat as well because I got to dip out for one of our Zoom meetings that we're doing. So I'll drop
Yes,
that
sir.
out before I
All
leave. And
right.
yeah, grab a coffee or a cigar and just listen to the wisdom Destry drops. And again, if people are charging you for this knowledge, they in the wrong. This is the knowledge our founders wanted us to have for free. You know, they wanted us to be we the people, not we the wealthy get to know the tricks. So
right,
I'm gonna dip into the YouTube here and give you guys that link in about 30 seconds.
All
right
right.
on.
And Destry, we want you to get up here on this panel. The panel link is pinned. So get up here and drop some of your wisdom, some of your knowledge. Are we living in a police state? Yay or nay? And if we are, how do we get out? What do we do about it? Um, Hit that panel link, get up in here because people want to hear from you. We want you to speak your mind.
Absolutely. I've been uh,
Absolutely.
I've been hanging out with Destry since about 2009, and him and a lot of people have been doing some great work. If you'd like, let me see here. Let me see if I can make this full screen, and I'll read it to you. Because this is the letter I was talking about. Let's see here. This is a letter I was talking about. Let me zoom in on this. That we wrote our commander in chief. We didn't write a letter to the president. We wrote a letter to the commander in chief, and he responded immediately. He actually responded within like 2 or 3 days, I think. And Dust get on up here. Here, let me share this.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream, Ellie. How you doing? And Destry, go ahead and hit that link to the panel and get up here. And Ellie, go ahead and hit that link to the panel. Speak your mind. Are we living in a police state? Yay or nay? And if so, how did we get here? And what do we do about it? How do we get out? Can we get out? If it's even possible. These are the questions. And these are the things that we need to figure out and find out. We need to educate ourselves and educate our loved ones so we can stop being slaves at the highest level and take our power back. The government has had too much power and they have treated us like children for too long. Now it's time to take that power back and pull that curtain back. You know, the emperor wears no clothes, as far as I'm concerned.
And we have to expose them. Destry might be at work. What time is it? 7:65, 5:42. Destry is not at work, I don't think. He's always working.
Okay,
Um,
where are you located, sir?
I am in southern Colorado. I'm at the base of
Okay,
Wolf Creek Pass. I'm 50 miles from Durango, Colorado, in Four Corners.
okay, no problem. I, I I appreciate that. I'm all the way out here in Texas, about an hour outside of Dallas in the suburbs.
Right on. Yep.
Okay,
I did.
and I do,
I did about 13 years in Texas.
and I have family member in Denver.
Right on. Let me see if I can
Welcome
see.
to the panel.
Hello, honey. How are you?
How you doing today?
Oh, just living the dream, living the dream.
Glad you can make it.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification. I'm a little upset.
Okay, I need to get your number or something. I can start texting you an hour ahead of time and let you know or something.
The only one I saw was a test that's still running.
Yeah, I was doing the test for the Nightbot, trying to see if he
Um,
would
so here's my quick
activate.
answer to your question. I don't think we're in a police state. I think we're in the state of fuckery and confusion and selfishness. And we did it to ourselves because everybody's it seems to be out for themselves instead of what is the being honest with yourselves and what is the instead of gaining for yourself, what's in their best interest, not what's in everybody else's best interest. It's selfishness. It's about everybody out for themselves. And that's where the problem lies. When people start to work together as a team and as a community and, as humanity, then and only then will things change.
You're 100% correct.
And do you see any change in the near future? Do you see any change coming?
I don't see any change in our time, except for maybe in people being more aware and being able to teach their children and grandchildren versus opposite of the way it's been, where when I was growing up, kids were not allowed to be in front of the TV. Kids weren't allowed to know. It was only adults. And then it was don't tell, don't tell. And then things changed with, okay, then it's, for my kid. And people who constantly say, well, it didn't affect me, so why should I worry about it? Instead of, it doesn't have to affect you because everything affects everybody in one way or another. If you know something's wrong, you have to stand up for it instead of saying, well, it didn't affect me, so why should I care? That would be like if somebody stole, for example, something petty, like somebody sees somebody steal $5 from your car. Well, it didn't affect me, so why should I do anything? Instead of saying, hey, whoa, what are you doing? But people don't want to do that because it didn't affect them. It's selfishness, and it's this fuckery of, entitlement that people have.
Yeah,
It's
people
a
are
it's a
self-entitled.
disconnect. Oh, big time! It's a disconnect that they have created uh, with individuals. We have a disconnect now. Uh, because I drive a Ford, somebody don't like Ford, so they don't like me. Well, okay, who cares? Uh, or you could take it all the way up, to all the, like she says, fuckery that's going on out there on the planet. That's being, thrown at all our kids, all everybody, constantly through the mainstream media, et cetera, et cetera. It's obvious they do not want us on one page, understanding who they are and who we are. They don't want us educated.
But we don't want to educate ourselves either. The responsibility has to come with us.
Mm-hmm.
There is more of us than there are of them, if you want to put that out there of us and them. And it shouldn't be us against them. It should be of educating and letting people know and informing and explaining how to be informed and to be able to assist without getting something in return. But it's not that society. Everybody wants something for something.
Correct.
Nobody wants to do anything for nothing. Nobody wants to do anything out of kindness. And, that's where it comes in. I constantly hear it all the time. Well, even earlier today, well, it didn't affect me. When it happens to me, then I'll worry about it. Oh, okay. Well, turning your eye, yeah, that's going to make a change. That's going to make a real change in it. But that's the way the majority of people view it. As long as, they go to work and they make their money and they come home and they're in their own little bubble, then terrible things out there in the world don't happen. And they do, or it's the opposite where, they are aware of it, but it's their friend. So even though they know it's wrong, it's my friend. You can be my friend, but see, I don't want friends that are yes people. I want friends that sit there and say to me, Ellie, you were wrong with this. And, let me have that time of acceptance to understand it and then come back and then discuss it again, instead of it being, well, oh, Ellie, you have this wrong opinion, so screw you, kind of thing. No, give me time to process it, because we're all supposed to be learning. It's a journey, which I've said many times before. That's what life is. It's a journey, so I want to learn and I want to see other sides of things. But then at the end of the day, everything that is fact is not really fact. It's just opinion. And it's your own conscience and your moral compass. And people think that life shouldn't revolve around a moral compass, but I think there should be more moral compasses out there than what there are.
Most definitely, you should always have a moral compass, because if you don't have a moral compass and then you just out just doing any type of thing, you can't be just living in this world being demonic. That's why I believe you have to have a moral compass, because you will end up being a demonic person. And it's a lot of demonic people out here. It's a lot of people out here that don't have a moral compass.
And think about it. How many times have you told somebody something that they did not want to hear? And because they didn't want to hear it, it was, well, no, it's this, me, instead of explaining both sides of a situation. And then maybe that person's right, but maybe they're not. But when they're not right and they don't want to hear it, all of a sudden your relationship dies with them, because they don't want to hear it. They want their friends to be a yes person. The government's the same way. They want you to be yes people.
I go through that a lot, trying to talk to people, trying to get them reprogrammed, as far as what authority we the people have. And a lot of people, when they don't want to hear it, I just move on. I just go find somebody that does want to hear it. A good example is Sean Stryker, uh, Veritas, Rebel Jack. I was just talking to him one day. Well, Veritas got her state of Arizona going. Rebel Jack and Sean Stryker got their state of California going. And that's what we're talking about here is, there's so many people that are got their heads so far up their ass that they
Mm-hmm.
don't care about nothing but football or baseball or whatever. Those aren't the people we want. We want the people that are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We want the people that know that we are under attack here in this country, big time, huge, and they're tired of it and they want to do something. Those are the ones that are going to go see about getting an education. Start, instead of hanging out watching just stupid YouTube channels, they're going to spend some time on some channels that can actually teach them who that can actually teach them what authority we have over the them and then they. A good
And,
example of that is the letter that you're seeing in front of there. Only two states got together, two or three states got together, wrote this letter to the commander in chief of our uh, corporate government.
and like you say, people think that he's actually the president of the people of the United States, but he's the corporate president.
Just like the president and CEO of Walmart or Ace Hardware. He's no different. The thing that we have as we the people is, when he took that office, he wears two hats. One is the corporate CEO. The other hat that he wears is the leader of our military according to our Constitution. We don't talk to him as a CEO. That's
And
what
we're getting that feedback.
Yeah, it's you, world citizen.
Okay, let me see what's going on.
yeah, if you guys look at my channel and who the people I follow, It's all the auditors, every single one that I find. Every time I see a new auditor, I sub and I watch and I learn from what they're doing. I learn from mistakes. You know, this guy made a big mistake here not too long ago because he had the lack of knowledge. He's the one that went into that bakery or whatever and demanded his rights according to some statute or whatever, and he got thrown in jail. So did his old lady, and they deserved to get thrown in jail because now he's got time to realize that he ain't as smart as he thought he was.
Who's this you're talking about?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. Happened last week. Uh,
Let me go out and come back in.
Okay.
Where the guy and his girlfriend went into a bakery, I think. And
Oh, you're talking about poly audits.
yes, Polly. Yeah.
Yes, I've spoken about that situation several times.
Well, you know, nothing against him.
It's not personal.
Right. He thought he was doing the right thing, but because he didn't understand the codes and statutes he was quoting, he messed up. Well, that goes for us too. If we don't understand that a code or a statute does not apply to us, then we're going to follow those codes and statutes. Like, let's say there's a city code that my grass can only be 2 inches tall, and they come out to try and find me or whatever because I'm in violation of their code. Well, there again, it's who are they, who are them, what authority do they have over us? That would be like Walmart coming to my house and saying my grass is too tall. We're going to fine you. That's what we got to get.
All right, are we still having that feedback?
Yep.
Well, I don't have anything open.
Let me try to go out and come back in.
All right, we still having feedback.
Sounds okay to me.
Yeah, I hear it though.
Okay, is it better? No, maybe it's Ricky.
Let me mute.
Is it the second YouTube window opener for Ricky?
Well, I'm not hearing it now. Are you?
Yeah, I don't hear it either. Yeah, so it wasn't me. It must have been his second window.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just has to turn the volume down on it then if he needs that second window open. Tell him to turn the volume all the way down.
It wasn't me, Toe for Life. I thought it was, but it wasn't. Because he got the YouTube window open with the Bill of Rights.
I shouldn't. Is it back? Is it quit?
Yeah, it's gone.
Check 1, 2.
No feedback.
Yeah, it's good.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Yep. I appreciate you letting me up here, brother, man. I just so enjoy your channel and all the auditors. Ellie, I've been following you.
And you know what's crazy? That people actually enjoy my channel. That's just weird to me. For somebody to actually tell me that, man. So I appreciate it.
Bottom line is you're real. You're a real person, and you're talking about real problems. You know, you're not into a bunch of drama, and from what I've seen, you don't put up with a bunch of drama, and you don't want drama in your life. You just want to be free and survive. And that's all we all want.
That's it, man. I work for a living, take care of my family, and I don't mess with nobody, but don't take my kindness for weakness.
Absolutely.
But I'll be your best friend, man. I'll be the guy that give you the shirt off my back. I'll give you my jacket if it's cold outside. You know,
But what
that's
he
kind
won't do is give you something off of his grill.
of. No, but
Yes.
I'll feed you because I got like 10 grills back there, so I'm gonna have to hook y'all up, man. Come this
I have
springtime, some
seen that.
springtime, y'all got to come down here and then we're gonna have a cookout. I
Yeah,
promise.
that is serious, man. I couldn't believe all the grills you got. I'm like, what? What's this guy
Oh
got a
well,
collection
and
of?
listen, and that bit that's an old video. I got two more smokers and maybe like five more grills because what
Oh
I
my
do is
god.
I collect them and then I clean them and sell them. I started like a little hobby for my son. He gets a bunch of grills and
Nice.
just clean them up, do a quick clean and then sell them and make a little money off of a little side hustle for my son.
Nice.
So I got probably
Yeah.
15 grills back there, man, right now, barbecue grills, so he can sell them this spring.
Oh my god, it's amazing. But yeah, you know, absolutely.
This would be a perfect night for a fire pit. So one night I'm gonna have to do a live panel outside with the fire pit going, man, around the fire pit. That's
That
gonna
would
be
be
nice.
awesome.
Yes, yes, it's gonna be real nice. I may do that within the next couple of days because I got plenty of firewood, plenty of it.
I'll be watching for it. Yep. Let's
What
see. Do y'all want to
what
hear
did
this
night?
letter?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What did Nightbot do? Carolyn Lowe, I hope you learn your lesson. Stop spamming. How do I turn Nightbox off, man? I don't know. Oops, my bad. Hey, Carolyn, don't worry about Nightbot. He's new to the chat, so he has a lot to learn.
Does he have a
we got
wrench?
eh, um I think so. I don't know. I can't see him.
Then
Let
be
me go
nice
look.
to Nightbot.
Let me go look at him because I was trying
Pull
to
his
figure him out
tools.
today. That's why I was doing a lot of tests. I was trying to see if he would pop up, but he never popped up in the live. And then all of a sudden, he popped up in here. He's like waiting for till I come on for real. Then he come in here. Now he's sitting here timing people out.
He's got Bebop in there now.
Bebop. Who is Bebop?
I don't know. That's what it says.
Oh man, that's gonna be fun to be playing with him. We'll figure him out. We'll figure him out, Carolyn. So don't worry about him. We'll just keep kicking him to the curb until he learns who we are. That's crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of commands you can add to him, and he can do all types of stuff. So what I'm gonna start doing, everybody that's a regular in here, I'm gonna program him with your link to your channel. So and it's gonna be like I think you can do like a command. So when you come in, he'll throw your link up. If you say, I'm a commanded to
Like
do
you
all
can
types
comment
of
in
stuff.
chat.
Yeah, yeah. So everybody that's a moderator and then regular people, the regulars that come in here. So I got to spend some time on them and play with them, teach them. Got to
Knock them
sit them
around
down.
a little.
Yeah, I got to sit them down and talk to them, take them to the Catholic Church, and let the nuns take care of them with that
He's being
stick.
naughty. He knocked her out for 600 seconds.
Yeah.
Right
Oh,
now,
did he?
in case
For
anybody
six?
doesn't know what a tyrant is, that would be Nightbot.
Yeah,
For,
Nightbot's a
So when
tyrant.
he annoys you, just consider him a tyrant.
he did it for 600 seconds. Damn. How do I see? I need to go fix that.
Well, you can't
See,
Do we
teach a
have a
tyrant that quickly. It takes
do we
time and patience.
do we have a police? Yes, we do. In WCN's panel, we got a tyrant Nightbot.
okay. How do I go? See, now I got to give Carolyn a wrench so she can fight Nightbox until I figure him out.
Well, Nightbot might not take kindly to that. They might look at that as resistance, and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden it's being read or right. So you got to
it'd
be careful with that.
be a full-fledged fight up in here, huh?
Well, she said she was going to break him. Yes, I'll break it. Yes, she didn't break it. Nightbot just broke her with 600 seconds out.
Sure did.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go figure him out because I don't know what I was doing when I was, and then I didn't have enough time
Who is that?
to,
Play with
Heather?
them.
to play with.
Who popped in the chat? Or who popped on the
This
panel?
is
I can't see her.
Carolyn. This is Carolyn. I
Oh,
am
That's Carolyn.
from
Yeah,
down in
she
the
get on the
chat
panel.
down there.
The only way
That's
she can be safe from the
that's how
bot.
she get
Yes, I
around the
had to
bot.
run from the evil bot.
yeah.
So she's on the run now. I'm sure there's a warrant out for her.
Pull the banner down, world. Pull the banner down because I can't see her. That's why I didn't know who that was.
All right, let me go ahead and pull it down.
Yeah, you can't see the names with the comment.
Okay,
And
cool.
yeah, you gotta tap the comment again. Tap it again. There you go.
There we go. Got it.
Perfect.
We got it. We got it. Boom.
Word. Thank you.
Carolyn, you got a channel? You got a channel?
I sure do.
Well, when he moderates you, put your channel link up in the chat.
Okay.
That's what
Everybody.
It's
we
under
show.
the
Yeah,
YouTube name.
this
This
is a
is
young
just the
channel,
panel
so
name.
we're growing. And right now, I just wanna I'll give you a wrench so you can fight Nightbox, and then tomorrow you'll be on your own. You have to come. You have to come. You have to come here with your own gloves and be ready to fight with him. But
Right on.
hopefully I'll have him figured out by tomorrow, so that nobody have to fight with him. And
It's a bad
we're gonna have to
habit.
take that 600 seconds away from him because he gonna go crazy with that shit. He just came alive,
I
and I
just
bet
want
he.
to know how you did it for 600 seconds when usually it's 300. So that's 10 minutes. That's a long time.
That's what I
I
thought
don't-
when I seen it. I was like, "What the hell? 600 seconds? That's a lot."
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I've never seen that before.
Chuck needs to
Let me
set
go.
his up over there with that for Swiley, man. 600 seconds then.
Yeah, just for Swiley too.
Right.
Let me go in there and see if I can change
And
him
you know
out,
what?
though, man.
She can't put her link in because she's been timed out.
Well, let me
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead. How do I untime her?
You can't untime. Once it's timed, nobody can. She got to wait the whole 10. So what I can do is, she said it's under her name.
Yeah.
It's under Carolyn Lowe. Okay, I'll find it. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Same picture, all that good stuff. It's
All right, well,
airplanes on my
mess
banner.
with this bot and see if I can take some of his power away because he's getting power trigger happy and
I didn't
But
know
that's,
if that.
that's what
I didn't know-
tyrants do.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was the name that she came on panel with. That's why I asked if she had a YouTube channel.
Hold on.
Yeah, no,
I
the
think-
name
I
here
think he might be
is due for
self-aware,
Maurice
too.
Delk.
He's one of them AIs that's self-aware. He realized he has a little power and then he's going crazy because I didn't give him 600. I think he changed that on his own.
No, you did that.
He got mad at
Yeah.
the emojis, dog.
Yeah, he did that on his own, man. Nightbot, bad Nightbot. Cause see, I changed his name to WCN Media Bot, and then when he jumped on panel, he changed his name back. A little sucker.
But what you did was you probably meant to run it in time every 10 minutes. But instead, what you did was give it power of timing out. Because that's a vicious Nightbot.
Yeah.
But I did
And
put a link
I
in
have
there.
a horrible habit of emoji vomit.
Well, I'm logging in to go mess with him. I'm finna go beat him up.
Yeah, you're the only one who can because he's wrenched, so there's nothing I can do with him.
I can unwrench him.
I don't think you can unwrench a Nightbot. A Nightbot automatically has a wrench.
I was gonna say, I don't think you can do
Nightbot,
that. But
Nightbot is equivalent to the Supreme Court. There's no elections, and you have job security for life.
Oh, that
Okay.
sucks.
Yeah, so you gave him Supreme Court being. He's got more power than you do.
Oh, God.
You got to
I
just
don't-
take him out.
I
Go
don't like
world
that.
messed it up.
That sound like a police state.
Blame
It
it.
sure does.
That's
He was-
beyond a police state.
He was talking about it last night too. Oh, I'm gonna mess with Nightbot, man. I'm gonna see about getting Nightbot.
He did. I heard him. He did. And now look, power went to his head. But her link
Nightbite,
is in there
It
for
always
everybody, and I
does.
sub too. So
Nightbite got us
Thank
all in there
you.
hostage
you're
and
welcome,
shit.
honey.
Where we
We
at?
all we all held hostage.
That's straight out tyranny there.
Log in. All right, I'm trying to log in with this sucker. Use a different account.
Oh, you're scared of him? You have to go in under a sock account?
Wow.
No, it's like I'm on a different phone.
He's afraid he's going to delete his channel.
I don't think I have this account on the other phone, so I have to go in and add the account to the other phone.
I just subbed
he,
that, Carolyn.
he don't got me
Thank you.
whooped yet. Let's see. If I need some help, I'm gonna let y'all know because
Well, I never did Nightbot, so don't ask me.
he is kind of aggressive.
You know what's funny about that, Carolyn? When I
What's
first
that?
started my YouTube channel, I had almost that exact plane picture that I took on a plane going to Ohio.
That's funny.
It is real funny. And then I changed it to a tow truck with a police car on it.
So you got 10 meter with it. That's awesome.
That's why I looked at it and I was like, how the hell did she get my picture?
Nah, that's kind of what I cover of sorts. But for my panel name, my interests are varied.
Right.
Well, Nightbot deleted all your comments. That's not even right. I've never
Dang,
seen.
man.
This is a rogue Nightbot.
Nightbot's a hater.
For real.
Nightbot's scared of the truth.
Oh, yeah, he did delete all her comments, didn't he?
Yeah, all of them. I've never
Wow.
seen anything like that.
No, huh? You got some messed up settings on that Nightbot World Citizen.
Hey man, I'm trying to get in here and take them out. Hold on, give me a little time.
I've never seen Nightbot even delete or time anybody out, though, period. I've only seen him just drop a link or put in a message.
Well, I see Nightbot time people out, but only for 5 seconds. Like for saying like a cuss word or something. And delete the comment.
Yeah, 10 minutes is 600 seconds is 10 minutes. That is painful when you're sitting in chat.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, you might as well not even play.
Right. That'll make a lot of people leave.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm persistent.
We got to do something about him.
No, she's smart. She just came up on panel. You can't shut me up now.
Right.
Well, as soon as I seen it, that's why I said something to WCN about it, because I was like, that's not good. That's a long time.
Yeah, that's not nice at all.
So now I got to go in there and figure out how to change this shit. Custom. Let me see. Custom.
Now, I wonder if he has power to time out a mod.
I've never seen him time out a mod.
So let's see. What did she say that he didn't like?
It was her emojis. She was dropping a whole bunch of emojis.
Yep. Okay.
I clapped and I put an arm up.
Okay. So let me put up some clapping emojis and see what he says. Nothing. He's scared of me. Wise Nightbot.
Nightbot's heard about Ellie. That's what it was.
And Nightbot said, I am not messing with this chick.
Right. Okay, Four Corners.
What Four Corners say?
He said he'd be right back.
Be right back. Got to water the kids.
Somebody
Nightbot hasn't said anything to me.
Yeah. I don't think Nightbot can do anything to another mod, because I've seen where, like over in Chuck's chat, because that's where I see Nightbot a lot. But over in Chuck's chat, he'll time Nightbot to time somebody out for saying like fuck or shit and time them out for 5 seconds. But you'll see the comment held for a couple seconds, but then a moderator can be like, fuck you, you son of a bitch, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And it doesn't do nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't think Nightbot can
So
mess
I
with
guess what happened is the Nightbot goes to your restricted words, and anything in your restricted words then.
Yeah, and you can set your restricted words because someone else had a Nightbot. I want to say that North NC Tyrant Hunter might have one on Jeff is Live, and when he was
Okay, I see it. It says you have to go in and change it. Now I didn't set this. It says excessive emotes. So let me go and disable that because it's got a lot of settings: excessive caps, links,
But
excessive
what does it
symbols.
consider? See, now that's up to interpretation. What does excessive mean? So even an
Typically, it's
AI
more than
program,
one. It's
You
so
more
can
than
go
even
in
one
and
an
of the
set the
AI
same
program can have it.
emoji. Yeah.
You can go in and set the options. I guess I'll figure all that out later. I'll just disable it for right now.
Yeah, I
Okay,
would
now
disable it.
now I see the timeout. It says 600 seconds. What should I change it to? 300 or 100 seconds or what?
for
What are
Nightbot.
your options?
Well, you can just go in and change it. I guess you can just
Yeah,
manually change it.
have
If you're
Nightbot
going to
have
do it, I
both.
would change it to like maybe 30 seconds
Yeah,
for a Nightbot.
and let
That,
your moderators deal with any bad
and
shit.
not
You
right.
got to kick someone out or something.
Because even this way, if it's a glitch in there, 30 seconds isn't bad. It gives the mods a chance to say, hey, what just happened, and review it. And, if it needs to be for more than that because it's something blatant, then they can just go time them out for the 5 minutes.
All right, and I'm gonna set the limit on the emojis up to 100 or something, so they don't start messing with
Well,
people.
why do you care about emojis?
Well, that's what it timed her out for. Said
Right, but can't you just take that option off for emojis? I mean, I could see if it's a profanity thing and you want people to second look it, but who cares about emojis?
Yeah,
Put
I
all the
know.
emojis you want. If I
Yeah,
want to put 15 hearts, say, hey, love this person, you should be able to do that.
because
And I did that too.
Dragonette be in here doing like a whole bunch of purple pickle emojis all the time.
Purple pickle eaters.
Yeah,
I mean, I do stuff like, I give out coffees in the morning, I give
you
out
do
hearts
that to
and
me.
flowers later.
You always
You
do that
know,
to me when you see me in the morning. You
yeah,
throw
always.
me a
I always
coffee,
give you coffees in a heart.
and I'm drinking coffee when I'm watching you, so
See,
works
I'm
out.
giving you a refill.
Thank
I
you, Miss
forget who it is
Ellie.
that said no, thank you. They didn't want any coffee. They wanted tea, so I had to go in and find a tea emoji for them.
Probably one of them British guys over there,
Yeah, probably.
hippie Spaniel or something.
No, not hippies. I don't go into hippies.
Oh, you don't go into hippies?
No, I don't go to hippies. It was somebody in
Oh,
PDFs.
oh, PDFs maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of British people over his too. Well, you missed all that drama in hippie panel today.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
I'd rather avoid drama.
yeah. I wasn't in it, but I was working. I heard it. I'll tell you about it later. That's for another time.
Yeah. I'm not big on the drama. I'm more big on resolutions and communications.
Yes.
Ricky's been for some drama before.
Well, I
Yeah, I
mean, I think
don't.
we all have, but I somehow walked into it a few times, and it's like crap. I'd really rather not.
Y'all didn't know Ellie was a plant.
No, I'm not just a plant. Let's get it right. I am a cop, a detective, a narc, an undercover agent, a Russian spy, a person who works at the Pentagon
CIA.
behind the computers. Let's see, did I say an attorney? And yeah, the last one I think was an AI program.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
I've never heard one speak so well. So
And can I tell you that with all these positions, I have not gotten one stinking check?
Yeah, she said, "Where's my paychecks?"
Not
Shit.
one check.
right.
You would think I would get a check from someplace, but nothing. I think I'm going to have to quit one or two of these jobs.
Oh, Ellie.
But yeah, I've been accused of being a lot of things. I have like 4 or 5 trolls out there, like clone accounts. And I keep telling them, listen, it's not easy being me. You sure you want to clone me?
Right. That's
It's
the
not
last one.
easy being cheesy.
You know,
That's
if you
the
got nothing
last
better to do, you
clone
know.
account I seen in the chat was a Nelly clone.
No, that wasn't the last one. The last one I saw was a Joe Cool.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one. I didn't see it though.
Yeah. Usually the
He's a
clone account will
funny
say
dude.
something about me, though.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
Joe Cool.
I
I
noticed
like them
that.
all.
Yeah. If you ever see me and it's somebody saying something really nasty in chat, you know it's not really me.
That's right. That is true.
Because I don't
If you
say
ever
anything
see
nasty. I
me,
try never to say anything nasty, but if I have something that I'm going to say and I think that you might not take it the right way, I'll certainly come up on panel so this way I can explain it.
Unless you do something like this to her, and then you get talked about.
Yeah, well, he likes to just push my buttons with that, but I understand. I understand. It brings him happiness. If it brings them happiness to have the Steelers up there, who am I to judge?
WCN just seen that one today too. He was like, "Oh man, that's a cool avatar." And I was like, "Man, I've had that, dude. I've been putting it up. I ain't see it."
That he wasn't looking.
Right. I can tell how much he pays attention to me.
I always pay attention to you, honey.
Thank you. I always
You're
pay
welcome.
attention to Ellie.
I know you do. And I don't think I've ever met Carolyn before.
But I
This is
haven't.
the first time I've been over here. Sean dropped a link in one of the discords that we're in, so I figured I'd pop over.
Oh, I'm sure you'll see a lot of fake Ellies in the Discord. Just so you know, I don't even go in there because I don't even understand what that is.
It's a lot like Messenger and FaceTime
I don't
combined.
do those either.
Ellie.
Yes.
So it's like StreamYard then.
I got another one on Discord last night.
Another Ellie?
No, I got another person on Discord last night. I got WCN hooked up on Discord now.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. That's it. We were talking. It was me, him, Heather, and Road Dogs all talking on Discord.
Where is Road Dogs? I haven't seen much of him today. That's not like him.
He said he was editing his Arkansas videos. So
Oh, okay.
he's watching. I'm surprised he hasn't jumped on the chat and said hi, Ellie, or anything.
I know. I'm surprised too. I'm not feeling the love.
No, he did. Because I texted him and I said, because I couldn't find your channel, and I was just doing a whole bunch of other things. I said, man, throw Ellie's YouTube channel on the chat, and he did.
Oh, is that why he did it?
Yeah, if you go back and look, you see he threw it in there.
Yeah, I did notice that. I was wondering why he did that because he never does that.
I think I may have figured it out, so hopefully that fixes it.
Well, if it happens again, then the answer would probably be in order for it to accept it, you have to shut it down and then start it up. But she's up on panel, so I don't think it matters right now.
You missed Mexican Long Hair. He was in here today. He came up on panel. He was here.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he was in here about 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. We had a good conversation.
What did he have to say?
We were just talking about the topic of the show.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly word for word what he said, but he was here. He had a lot of good input.
Yeah, he's a smart cat.
Yeah. So hopefully we get all these bugs worked out and get everything going so everybody can come in and enjoy themselves. And
how you know the best groups? The best groups are usually the smaller groups.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting all the drama. You're getting thinkers.
Yeah. And hopefully this will be an alternative to the drama, That drama, everybody loves drama, but after a while, you just don't want to hear it. You want to go somewhere and get some intellectual conversation going. And I'm not saying that I'm the smartest person in the world, anything like that. I'm far from it, but at least I like to think. I like to ask questions.
See, that's the way I am. I ask questions all the time.
And I like information.
Right on.
So if anybody got any information, any knowledge, I'm willing to listen and that's me. That's what I like. You can get drama anywhere.
Well,
with
to the
drama always
panel,
becomes
to the
issues.
point,
Go ahead.
to the is it what are we living in a police state?
Yeah, I don't got time
My
for that
neck
shit,
of the
man.
woods, my neck of the woods, definitely
Brings
like
a
the
lot
next
of fucking
county over.
negativity, a lot of hate. Next thing you know, you got people trying to dox you and get your IP address and find out where you work, and then making videos of you, and now you the Night Rider Kit Car, and
Yeah, it's craziness.
yeah,
But
just
but
a
go
bunch
ahead,
of
Carolyn. What were you saying?
So for this area, we've had some stuff
I still
happen
haven't
in the
heard her say
last
anything.
probably.
Grab the mic,
Oh,
Carolyn.
you not hear me?
I can hear just fine. I don't know why WCN can't hear you.
I can hear her.
Well, I can't hear her.
Yeah,
Oh shoot.
I knew you weren't because you never talk over anybody, and I was wondering why you were talking over her.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't
But
hear her.
maybe you need to go out and come in.
Think she got me blocked?
She
No,
does.
I just subbed.
Nightbot, you got me. You got her blocking me.
Jack can hear her. Maybe Bot's upset that you did that, so he's banning you from hearing her.
Road Dog can hear her on the YouTube stream. So
Huh.
Bot said, "I told
I
you
do.
she's timed out for 10 minutes."
let me
That's
go out and come back
crazy.
in. And Road Dog, what was you saying about MLH? Yesterday, no live videos on YouTube, but he has been here and posted a video. Okay, I'm lost. Let me go out and see if that'll
Okay.
work. 'Cause I
He
can't
was-
hear nothing.
MLH and his girlfriend and were on a sabbatical, or not a sabbatical, but they were
Yeah, I saw the
to a
video.
hotel or something like that to go relax and chill. But yeah, Road
Yeah.
he did. He posted a video of the hotel. Then he was on chat up here, and
Yeah, he said he was taking the day off, but
yeah,
he can't help himself.
right. That YouTube got him. Got a hold of him.
Well, it becomes your family.
Yeah. I mean, I wake up in the morning and drink my coffee watching YouTube. Then I go to work. Sometimes I listen to YouTube while I'm at work. And then I come home and get on here and
See?
hobnob with all you guys.
How long does it take him to come back in? Because I want to hear what Carolyn has to say, but I'm waiting so he can hear too.
Yeah, I know. She started that conversation twice.
I know. I feel
It's all
bad.
good.
Yeah, and WCN Carolyn won't talk over you. If you start talking, they'll be like, "Go." He'll stop and say, "Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry." So I knew he couldn't hear you or something because he was just rattling on, and you was trying to talk. I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Yeah,
Tech is weird. Tech does weird techie things, and we don't know why, but we muddle through it best we can.
Well, I know why. It's Bot's mad at him.
right. And he's
He's
doing
a
Bad
all,
bot.
disabled bot.
he's doing all this shit from two phones. He makes
Well,
all
and he
the
might be on the wrong phone too to do it.
yeah. You never
Okay,
know.
Road Dog, you want to kick that? Hold on, I'll do it.
You got it.
Oh, he got it.
Okay. Yep, I just seen that pop up. I was like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
I just caught it, but I had to grab my other
Bam.
phone because I can't do it from StreamYards. Thanks, Road Dog.
I seen that one pop up, that same thing pop up in, I forgot whose channel it was. Might have been like MLH's or something the other night.
Oh, really? I missed it.
Yeah.
Well, you know that's saved for a specific group of people then. So you'll know whose group you'll see it in then.
Mhm.
Expect a couple more.
Right. It's probably that Rebel. I
Well, if
heard
that's
that.
the case, that fool's running around everywhere because I've seen a bunch of those pop up in this last probably week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't think that's Rebel.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think Rebel has anything against WCN.
Right.
I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel.
Right.
I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel.
I seen that one pop up. I was like, what the hell?
I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I think Rebel has something to do with the Rebel. I
Oh yeah. He kind of picks on more people that he's feuding
Yeah.
with, or
He's going
trying
to
to
go.
pick
That's
on
just a
people.
copycat.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Welcome back.
Sorry, I did that right in the mic. I forgot should have muted.
Okay, now Carolyn, speak so we can see if WCN can hear you.
Hello. Here I am. Can you hear
All
me?
right, I hear you now.
There you go.
Okay, what did I miss?
You
Nazi
missed
Party,
it.
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, they've been taken out already.
Road
Nothing but
Dogg
a
laid the
Hitler
smack down.
party.
Yeah, they're gone.
Okay,
But
Carolyn,
okay.
we're ready to hear what you had to say. Where you're from?
Okay. Okay. So I am from just outside of DC, technically just outside the swamp. As far as the police state thing, we've had a few incidents here locally in the last probably 6 months, to include a 16-year-old kid being shot by a police officer. The next county over preys very heavily on medical patients, if you get what I'm saying, because of the proximity of the local dispensary. And they literally will post up right across from the dispensary and just randomly check people. Typically to see, I guess, if they have their transport license. It got bad enough that, if you had to go anywhere over there, you had to go during the day, and that still doesn't guarantee that you're not going to be stopped and searched. But if you left your house after 10 p.m. over that neck of the woods, and you were absolutely getting pulled over, it doesn't matter. If you're driving the speed limit, it doesn't matter, particularly last year. And to speak a little bit further with all of the things going up in Kenosha, we actually had somebody that was there that was doing video outside of the courthouse. Excuse me. And there was a young lady that was there yesterday that was attacked by some of the people that were protesting. They tore up her signs and proceeded to, in 24 hours, dox her, put all of her information online. She basically aired all of it that could be aired out because she was protesting. And they went and they put all of her criminal charges, her tags, all sorts of stuff out there, her address, her children's names, all of this kind of stuff. So to a certain degree, yes, we are, because we are living in a world right now where any kind of belief system can be demonized, and it is. At this point when, as Ricky says, who the F are they and who gives them the authority? Well, they've got it from the top down that it's okay to do these things to the average citizen. When in all reality, it is the upper echelons of our quote unquote elect that are allowing and even championing these kinds of vigilante acts upon one another that could potentially land people either dead or in jail, one of the two. They could get their children hurt. And to that point, it is wildly dangerous because they're radicalizing the civilian populace. They are intentionally pitting us against each other instead of the 99% going, hey, that is very, very true. Who the fuck are they and who the fuck gave them the authority? And why are we listening to them? Why are we doing? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the paradigm game. And so at that point, you go, okay, so we have to take it upon ourselves to get our little groups together, get our people in each county, get enough people to say, okay, we have our people here. There's 13 here, 13 here, 13 here, and go from there and say, we are going to vote you out. End of story. Because you all have taken advantage of the system. You have placed our families in harm's way and in jeopardy. You have fleeced us of monies. You have forced us to pull our kids out of schools because you do not make accommodations or even use 2% of the brain power that you have to accommodate for this reality that we find ourselves in right now. And once you start looking into all of the little setups, you begin to realize that all of these little groups that they have set up are set up to basically protect them from the 99%. While at the same time, educating everybody and indoctrinating everybody to realize that they have no authority because they are under, for lack of intent and lack of a better term, conservatorships. Very closely to being under a conservatorship, meaning we don't have the intelligence, nor do we have the representation to advocate for ourselves and to a certain degree govern ourselves. And that I find is grievously disgusting when it comes to a supposed constitutional republic. And from that point, we have to motivate and move to get as many people together to say, look, we're done. None of you are qualified. None of you are holding to your oaths of office, and none of you are representing we the people. None of you. Not fucking one of you. And to that I yield.
All right. Anybody got anything to add to that?
I do. I agree with a lot of what she said, except for the 99% of the people. Because if 99% of the people don't agree, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. And it's not necessarily that 99% of the people disagree with what's going on, but it's certainly less than 1% of the people that are actually speaking up. So the voices are not there. And that in lies the problem. If we had 99% of the people stand up and say, this is wrong and this cannot continue and changes need to be made, and we take back the government and the power that we gave them, because again, they didn't get it by themselves. We allowed it to happen. So we have to look at ourselves for that. We have to get those other people to understand that the voice will matter, because vote alone does not matter. Vote alone just puts somebody else in that seat to do the same thing, to continue to go on. False promises, pretending that they're going to make a change, pretending they're going to make a difference, and they don't. So the 99% of people need to wake up. And actually, we don't even need 99%. If we even had 60% of the people wake up and speak up and take action. And action doesn't mean violence, but action means protesting. Action means making sure that our voices are heard. Action means standing together in solidarity instead of individually. That's where the change is going to happen. But it's what is going to get people to do that? And I don't have the answer, but they're not doing it.
And I think that brings a very valid point. As moms across this country are starting to go, hey, wait a minute. You know, the moms are starting to step up. The moms are going, why don't you accommodate? Why are we doing this? Why are you guys dictating what these children need to have or whether or not they can get an education based on the fact that you guys decided and pulled some magic number out of some mythical hat to decide how many places in a virtual space that they could provide for children to get an education who didn't want to go back, didn't want to put their children back into a public system because of whatever reason they might have had. So now we have to accept it. No, the fuck we don't. Personally, I am fighting with my county, and I plan to take it further to go to a state level to have them amend the 1987 home health law that allows for children that have chronic health issues to be able to get tutor services or teaching online. And they have not amended anything in this state or nationally that I'm aware of to account for, as I said, the reality that we find ourselves in. And the simple fact is, our state and our county forced parents to pull their kids out of public school while keeping their monies that they got through the PPE money through the state, and took back ownership of the school issued devices. Now, that is a problem on two fronts, because there are states that are out there that do give you back whatever monies the school allotted for your children. And parents can take that money and purchase devices, purchase school materials, purchase books, purchase whatever they need. And yet we're in a specific state that says, oh, money? What money? They throw rocks at us and hide their hands and say, we didn't do it. We don't know what you're talking about. Yes, the fuck you do. Okay, when you're not holding to your oaths of office, that's a problem. When you're not willing to uphold the statutes for a fair education, that's a problem. When you can't amend a law that has been passed since 1987, that's a problem, particularly in this environment that we find ourselves in, which is why I have a problem, which is why I also now have a tutor for both of my children, because not only did they do that with the limits on the virtual, but they also stipulated what age they were going to cut off the virtual ability for. And to my knowledge, age does not discrepance between an illness or something else. You have it. It doesn't matter how old you are.
What is the age, do you know?
Yeah, they said that the virtual school was only for grades 3 through 12.
3 through 12, okay.
So my problem was simply that we have an inept school board, an inept governor, no surprise there. And the head for our school's education system just pulled some random number. And I'm literally speaking to other parents in my community, and they're going, yeah, they made us pull our kids out. We're not sending them back. And they're not going to force anything on our children. So at this point, it is collecting parents' information, collecting the PTA numbers, speaking with the PTA, and going from there. Because it's not just my kids. I want all kids all over this country to be able to have the option to get an education outside of a school brick and mortar system.
Well, and that's obviously possible because it happened for almost a year. So
absolutely,
which is funny because the question goes to beg on when you can shut down a school for a year, then what are you doing with all of that money that you collected for the school tax from not only the kids' parents who go to that school, but for all the taxpayers who, own homes who live in that school. Where is that money? You certainly didn't need it to run the building. You certainly didn't need it for the teachers. You certainly didn't need it for any of those things. So there should be a huge surplus in that money because you're not
Bingo.
giving it back. Where's the money?
Which
Where's
is
the
where
beef?
Dun and Bradstreet comes in. And then we go from there and say, okay, look, where is all of this funding? Yes, where is this funding? Where did you spend it? Give us an itinerary and a budget. Let us see what you did with this money, because otherwise there's no reason that any of these kids should be left out. There's no reason any of these parents should have had to withdraw their kids. And there's also no reason why these parents can't have their children's money that was given to them by the state, by the taxpayers, by everybody in this community, and none of these kids should be left behind.
Hello?
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I agree with her 100% on that. And I don't, my kids are way out of school, but I've said that, and there's no books that are open. Oh, we still had expenses, we still had insurance and everything else. Well, you know what? Don't give me the insurance stuff, because again, I used to do that. So there's what's called suspended coverage that you can put on. There's no snow removal. There's no cafeteria workers. There's no janitorial work. There's no maintenance. There's no electricity. There's no heating the bill. There's none of those things that you would have, all the overhead cost of people that are there. There's none of that. So where is that money? It's not there. And it's not going to be spent on the kids to help the kids get caught up who were homeschooled and were in a position to where maybe they weren't learning because their parents weren't really keeping them up with those things. So, in our area, the answer is just that you pass them, but then you're not setting them up for success. So, okay, you don't want to leave them behind. What you want to do is come up to an alternative. Maybe add a little more time in. I know people don't like that, but maybe make the day a little longer. Maybe add a Saturday to it. Offer them some other curricular activities. Maybe take away the silly things. Like, I know people like art and stuff like that, but you know what? They have to learn the basics first, because these kids are going to be behind. And maybe that's the intention.
And that was exactly my point.
The
Kids that were
intention
let down last year with all of the virtual, with all of the issues with the tech, with all of the rushed everything, which to me is just insane, because there's been online education for the better part of 20 years, but we can't figure it out still. So that was my other point. Kids that did poorly last year are going to be that much further behind because they make the parents pull them out.
Yep.
And that is the problem. That is the problem. They are not being set up for success.
The reason for pulling them out is there's a reason specifically for that, and that's because they don't want their school to be graded when the testing comes out, and then all of a sudden the kids fall below average. Then they get less money. They can ask the taxpayers for less money. They can get less raises for that, and they get less money from the government. So of course, every school wants to make sure that the brightest shine. That's why if you ever think about it, they even did that when we were kids. Certain kids would have off for a certain time, or say, okay, it wasn't necessary. If you fell into this group, you would come in. That's because they didn't want you part of the testing, because you would bring down their test scores.
And they change all of that stuff around. They lower the standards so that these kids can pass. And just in my state, one of the top 20 graduating kids in this state had a 0.47 GPA. And I yield.
They're all doing a good job, aren't they? Yay, school board.
And that just goes to show you yet again that when we put the sole education and the curriculum, as well as the money into these schools, how they're doing for our children. because that's atrocious. That child missed over 100 days in that school year. That child had a parent that was working 3 jobs to make sure that that family had enough to get by. There is no reason, and I'm not putting any lack of responsibility on the parent, because obviously that plays a huge part too.
Absolutely. And some people are just not educators. I mean, it's hard. That's why you have teachers, because it is a hard job, to do. But now that parents were forced to be in that position, okay, then they're learning a lot more on what the system is. But you can't look behind the curtain, honey. They don't want you to. Stay away from the curtain.
Well, I like to blow the curtain off the rod and expose everything for what it really is, because that's my forte.
Good for you. Good for you doing that. That's awesome.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's doing it. It doesn't matter what station they're in or what place they're in or how educated they are. The simple fact is, when you see bullshit, you got to call it out for the bullshit it is.
Yep. Amen.
So,
well, you gentlemen heard us
just
too. Say something.
That's just my 2 cents. So yeah, I'm a little bit spicy.
No, that's okay. I love it.
I love it also. I'm over here and I'm enjoying the conversation. Don't think I've checked out. I'm just over here going through some notes, but I'm listening, and both of you ladies make a valid point. Like I say, the key is education. You got to educate yourself, educate your family, educate your kids, so they won't repeat the mistakes that we made. Where is Four Corners? You still there, brother? Toe for Life, how you doing, sir? You still there?
Yeah,
I'm still here with this, Rick.
So, any one of you guys have any input on what the ladies were talking about?
Well, real quick, Carolyn Lowe. Carolyn made a valid point, and it goes back to who are they? Who are the school board? What are they sanctioned under? They're a corporation, just like I've been talking about. They are sanctioned by another corporation, our federal government, which is a corporation, and they're protected by. Okay, so good example. FBI starting to make a list of parents that are ripping the curtain off the rod and exposing the school board. So, what do we have here? We have another corporation protecting another corporation. We have the FBI corporation protecting the school board corporation. Well, what about the court system? Same thing goes there. You've got the court system, which is a corporation. Then you've got the county sheriff's department protecting that corporation. And that's all that's happening. We got to open our eyes to just exactly who is that person coming to my house to tell me I have too many cars in the road. And what authority does that person have? None. Zero.
It's all made up authority.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Presumed authority.
Yep.
They're going to limit you to how many vehicles you can have on your property. It's your property. You're supposed to be able to do what you want to do with what you own. So that right there lets you know we live in a police state. We don't own anything. We don't have any rights. You can't have 5 cars on your property without some type of written some type of written permit from them, some type of authorization from them. They have to get some, and if you do get some type of authorization from them, that's when you're paying them money. It's all about money. They make all these rules and regulations and laws to govern you to suck you dry. You are a battery. That's all you are, is a
And
battery.
it's not even as much as 5 cars. Think about it as a shed. A little shed. You want a little tool shed in the backyard so you can put a lawnmower in there or a snowblower in there, and that will cost you
Correct.
to say
Yep.
whether you can put it up in your own yard.
Yeah, and it has to be a certain height. So if you put up a shed and it's 2 inches over what they deem um, what's right for you, then you have to pay a fine, and plus you have to knock it down. And the only way to get around that, like he said, you have to be grandfathered in.
Right,
And
because
they got
because the Smiths and the Joneses, well, they don't have that, so it can't be better, you know. This way, everybody gets this. This is what you can have. You can't have this. It's amazing you can buy them, but you can't put them up.
Isn't that funny? They come
that
by
is.
pre-design, but they're not allowed.
Yeah, and they sell them
Right.
everywhere at every box store. And but you can't put them up, but they sell them in the community that you live in. It's just like going to a head shop. They sell all this paraphernalia to smoke your weed or whatever it is you want to smoke, but you better not get caught with it. But they sell it.
Right.
They sell it. They sell the weed papers. They sell the cigars. They sell the weed pipes. They sell the bongs. They sell all the different flavors and don't you want a Fanta? And but you better not get caught with it. It's crazy.
Well, they got to generate their revenue. The police have to generate the revenue for the county. It has to generate their revenue for the state. It has to generate their revenue for the, elect. And that's all it is to keep us in debt poverty.
And then
And
let's
they're
say
good at it.
this is how petty it gets. So I live in Pennsylvania. So, and I don't drink, but a lot of people, that I know do drink, and they want to go across the line into either Delaware or into Jersey because it's cheaper there. But if you cross that line to purchase it, there are watchers. They watch you go in and purchase it. And then as soon as you cross that imaginary line, the cherries and berries go on, and you will get pulled over and cited because you cannot transport it over because you wanted to save a couple of bucks, because that's just how it works.
And they,
Right.
And
they
yet,
got it.
amazingly,
set
you
up
are
that
free
way.
to travel without commerce. Explain that. If you're not actually out traveling with, I don't know, a bunch of stuff in your vehicle to go sell it across that imaginary line, why would they even have to pull you over?
Well, I guess it depends on, did you pay your fair share to Uncle Sam?
Well,
That's what it comes down
obviously
to.
we did, because we bought it in the imaginary line territory area, and they certainly got their fair share. They don't go, "Oh, you're from over here. You don't have to pay tax."
Well, no, it really depends on where you go. So, for example, in the state of Delaware, they don't have sales tax.
Yep.
So if you travel over there, you didn't pay tax. So,
Right on.
only if you live on that side of the imaginary line is it okay. But if you live on this side of the imaginary line, it's not. But then certain taxes, or, even alcohol is sold differently in New Jersey than it is in Pennsylvania. Like, you can go into a grocery store and purchase a beer or a wine or something. In Pennsylvania, you cannot. You can only purchase it at a either beer distributor or a state-owned liquor store. So you cannot go into a liquor store in New Jersey and purchase something and drive that across the state line, because they will
Which
watch you.
which effectively makes us prisoners to our home territories, as it were.
Exactly. You stay where you are. There'll be no looking over the wall. No sharing anything with your friends because we haven't gotten to those people yet. So you stick on your side of the wall, mind your business. Don't see what anybody else is doing.
And don't worry about what we're doing over here in this tax-free state.
Yes, because we'll take care of that. Not to worry.
I mean, it seems like the only time of the year where you get away with the non-duty thing is for the back-to-school stuff, and that's a whole nother conversation.
Well, it's a little harder to see what you're purchasing there versus when you have like selected areas that they can. But, and some places, even in Delaware, if you're purchasing something, some will ask you for ID, like if you're buying a big purchase item, like if you're buying a television or something like that costs, electronics or stuff versus just little store things. But why should I have to produce ID so you can see where I live so I can buy this television?
Because they got to give that tax money for that electronics to somebody else.
And then let's not forget the cars. So therefore, when you have a vehicle, and let's say you purchase said vehicle in one state, okay, and it's all paid off, it's your vehicle. But then you go to move and you need to re-register in another state, and there is a tax difference, you will pay that tax difference on that. If it's lower, you won't, but if it's higher, you will. And they won't give you any money back. So if you went from, let's say it's supposed to be 8%, in the state that you live in, but you move someplace to where it's only 6%, well, they're not going to give you the 2%. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. But if it's flip side, they want their 2%.
That's because we've already collected the money, so we're not going to give it back to you. I mean, we got to pay for all these other things outside of this country, don't you know?
I know. I don't know why I get so silly with these things. My goodness.
I know. My God.
Shame on me.
Us silly women's. That's why us silly women's aren't supposed to be involved in this stuff. We have no head for it.
You silly women.
I know.
Well, and that's the thing. Once they start messing with kids, then we got a problem. That's when the moms are going to start to get pissed off and are getting pissed off.
Well, you know what it is? The more you learn, the more you start looking behind the curtains. And the more you find out. And they're like, oh, we got to shut these people down. And then Shaggy just put something in chat too. He said that it's like purchasing tobacco online instead of in a shop locally. They send you a letter from the state IRS office. Absolutely. Absolutely.
They got to get their cut. And that would be another whole other corporation would be the ATF.
They some greedy bastards too, boy. Always got to get their cut.
They have a way no matter what.
Your ass could be a bum out there and hadn't ate in a week and hadn't bathed in a year, and they'll just look over you. And then as soon as you figure out how to make some money, you start shining some shoes. Next thing you know, you got like 4 or 5 weekly customers. Now you able to bathe and buy your little couple of pants from the Salvation Army. Now you making some money. You got your little shoe shine kit. Now you got like weekly customers and you making $150, $200 a week. Now you doing something. Now they're gonna come and say, hey, you got a permit.
Got to give us half.
Can we get some of that? We catch you out here again. You go to jail. You hear? All that kind of shit, man. It's crazy.
I mean, think about it. Your survival is tied into the government because you cannot eat without paying tax on your food. So even what you need is a necessity in life. They say, oh, pay your tax or you don't get.
Yeah, just look around. Who's got all the big, beautiful buildings? The courthouse, sheriff's department, city council. I know,
and the landscaping is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. Where'd they get that
money? And then you silly people want body cams. What is wrong with you? They cannot afford body cams and then, have still have their qualified immunity. They can't afford both. So can you stop nagging them, please?
Absolutely not.
And
interestingly enough,
their health insurance and stuff.
Interestingly enough, to that venue, we've been fighting here to get body cams on the police here And specifically with the event with the 16-year-old, they still don't have them.
Mm-mm.
And they can't. I told you they can't afford both. Could you imagine if that was caught on video? You got to understand, you're putting too much pressure and stress.
Well,
This
and
poor
that's my
government.
thing too. That was
You're
my
just trying
thing
to take
too.
over
And that
everything.
qualified immunity all the way up to the top and see how well they do.
Craziness. Next thing people think or start to think that the president of the United States actually has power, because he doesn't. He's just a poor schmuck that had a dream that he might, and well, he looked good up there, and he gets money for the rest of his life every year until he dies, and his wife gets some benefits of some free stamps because, well, that's important to give to the first lady. And then, of course, they get their security and, all those wonderful things and free health care for the rest of their life, but they don't get to make a single decision. I would never want to be the president.
The only
Poor-
power they
poor puppet.
actually have is in their signature.
Mm-hmm. That's why I tell people, if you really want to know where government has to officially start, think about it. What is the one office that is never elected and you can never lose until death?
Presidency.
No, you vote for presidency. What office do they never run for election, and they
yeah, the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. Never, ever, ever are they elected, and never can they lose their job for their entire life unless they step down or die. That's the highest court in the land. Whose brilliant idea was that?
Probably a judge.
These nine people that we don't get to pick, that a president who through electoral college, not even popular vote, gets to say who they want in office, and they sit there for life. Boy, what a con that is.
Must have been made by a constitutional law professor.
And yet it continues.
I wonder if I can invest in them.
Can you imagine?
Probably.
But people do invest in them. They absolutely do. The Bill Gates and everybody else who actually really runs the things behind the scenes and don't have any of the responsibility, absolutely do. Wine and dine, not what you know, but who you know.
Right.
Not how much you have, how much you
Nepotism
can
at its
give.
finest.
Something
It's amazing,
totally
isn't it?
Oh, it's crazy. And I'm glad I found it. I'm glad I woke up to it. Something that's totally crazy is taxes are completely unconstitutional. Any way you look at it, period. That's taking from you and given to them. Okay, so here's a good example of that. We should be getting paid from our state based on the revenue that the state is making through commerce. Now, commerce and taxes and commerce, that's totally different from taxes for an individual. Now, here's an example of a state that is actually doing that. Is every year, every citizen of the state of Alaska gets a check based on income that the state made. That's the way it was supposed to be set up. It's bass backwards. They're doing everything they can to take everything we got, starting with our land. My land's paid for. I don't pay my taxes. They get it. Goes up for auction. They get the money.
Exactly. And people don't understand. You don't really own. You think you own your home. You think your mortgage is paid. It's yours. It's yours until the minute you stop giving them money for having yours.
Right.
And you will be limited on how much land you can have, too. Let's be honest. They're making them smaller and smaller. No, sorry, you can't have this. We only want you having so much land.
There's actually a way out of that. And 2 people here locally have done it. And I'm working on it right now. But if you go to the original title deed of the property, your Latin long and your property, if you go to that original deed and you tell the county to take it off of their books, they have to do it. And they can't touch it. They can't tax it. They can't tell you nothing. It's yours.
Really?
Something else we found out. Yes, absolutely.
I'd be interested
What
to know more
what
about that.
what gave them authority in the first place to tax your land and to control your land? Well,
It's not like they can relocate
obviously,
the house.
obviously the corporation.
Hmm.
So what authority and how did they get the authority to do that? So you have to go back in and look at the paperwork you signed when you're getting your mortgage and whatever.
You
Come to
signed that
find out,
contract.
absolutely, you signed a contract. You made a contract with the corporation. Period.
Yeah.
Well, you can get
And
And
out of
and
that's
that
where they get
contract.
you.
before you go any further, that's something that we need to understand as a people. We need to figure out what these contracts are and how to avoid these contracts because they'll get you even in a verbal contract. The government will get you to say a certain thing because like when they come to you and they talk to you and they be like and like if a
Are
police
you
talking
so
to
and
you
so? Yeah.
or a judge they'll ask you do you understand
Nope.
and
Right.
when you say I understand that means they stand over you. See, the
Correct.
Hmm.
words is not. It doesn't mean. Oh, I understand exactly what you're saying. It doesn't mean that. It means that they overstand you, and you stand under
Hmm.
them. You giving them the permission. You're signing a verbal contract. So you're supposed to say, "I overstand." Means
I overstand.
I overstand you. You are under me. You never signed that contract verbally. So get back to what you
Absolutely
were
not.
saying with contracts, man. I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of people don't know that is part of a contract too.
Hmm.
And what they do is it's word salad. A weapon that the word weapon is anything that has been used in a crime. So if I hit you with my toothbrush and it hurts
Absolutely.
you, my toothbrush is a weapon. But they turn that around and start making rules and regulations. Like there's so many of them. It's word salad, and that's something we got to be aware of. It's like, well, sir, here you need to sign this ticket. I ain't signing shit because I ain't making a contract with you. I'll take you to jail. All right, let's go. That means you got to bring me before a magistrate. You got to bring me before a judge, like right now. A magistrate. I think I said that right.
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Well,
And
and that
another
would be the
thing,
language within the language that they try to hem you up with. If
absolutely.
they ask you, are
That's
you so and so? Because so and so, this, that, the third, whatever, whatever, you know, at that point you say, I do not understand the language that you are speaking.
there you go. Like when you go to court, don't enter the bar. Don't cross over into the boat. Don't get on the boat. Stand outside. Stand completely outside and ask one simple question: by what authority do you have over me, a free human being?
You know what?
And then the
I saw
shit hits the fan. I guarantee it.
I saw a video an example of what you just said. Now, when you go into the courtroom and you cross through that little swinging door,
Hmm.
you just boarded the boat.
You just
So
Sure
entered into
did.
the contract with them.
yeah,
And you
and
aborted the ship.
and you
And
give
the
them
funny
authority.
thing is, the
And
side
you
you
give
stood
them a
on has a hole.
and you give them authority over you. Now, I watched the video
That's right.
where a guy didn't into the ship. He stayed on the other side of the swinging door, and they kept saying, "Are you so and so, so and so?" He said, "My name is this," but he wouldn't say the last name. And they said, "So are you this person?" He said, "I'm not that person. I am Joshua, whatever his name was, and they was trying to get him to be under contract by admitting that he is the person that they are there to sue or they're there for whatever, and he would never admit
Right.
to being that person on paper, but he just gave him his first name. So then they tried to get him to say, "Are you here to represent that person or this and that?" He wouldn't say that, and if I can't remember exactly, I'm gonna have to go find that video so I can play it for you guys. But what he did, he never boarded the ship, and the the judge he jumped ship. He left his seat, and before he
That's
left,
correct.
he did some type of ritual, some type of witchcraft ritual where he bowed to the dude, to the guy that never boarded the ship. And then he bowed and turned and he walked away. And then the guy said, "Well, I want to put it on record that the judge has abandoned ship. So therefore, case is dismissed, blah, blah, blah." And he dismissed his own case and he walked off and left. This was
Yep.
crazy, man.
Correct.
There's a whole book about that.
I saw that, and people.
Was that recent?
Yes, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna give you the link to it. I'm gonna show it to you.
Oh, it's all over the place. It's happening constantly.
And that's the trick. You cannot
people are
allow
waking
them
up.
to enter you into any kind of agreement. You
And
do not give your straw man name. You do
yep,
not enter any kind of verbal contract. You don't enter any kind of written contract. You do nothing and make them forfeit their corporation, their status,
authority.
and their authority.
let me add this. When he wouldn't bow down to the judge, he got bum rushed by the bailiffs, but they never put a hand on him. And he said something to him, and he quoted some law, and he said, "Y'all don't have no authority over me. Back up, get away from me." And they started backing up. He started speaking. He started saying certain things, and it's like they knew what he was talking about. So they backed up. The judge was trying to bully him into saying he was this person. But the weird thing is that before the judge walked away, the judge was frustrated. The judge actually bowed to this dude. It was like a ritual, a witchcraft ritual that they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy, man. He bowed and turned around and walked away. And then the
They
guy said,
acknowledged
"Well,
him as the sovereign
If
citizen he is, and they relinquished their authority.
okay, so
well,
sovereign
see,
citizen is not the
we're not
correct term.
sovereign. Yeah, that's not the correct term. We're not sovereign citizens, and that's a term that they
I'm a
throw on us to demonize us. See, they've used that word to demonize us. So anytime a police asks you, "Are you a sovereign citizen?" you tell them, "No, I'm a free citizen. I'm not sovereign."
and you don't even use the word citizen, because if you use word
You're an
salad and you start
American.
looking up these words, a citizen is part of the government. A citizen is part of the corporate government. When you become a citizen of the United States, you're becoming a citizen of the federal government, which is the corporation. Now, if you there, it is actually said, I mean, it's right there, it's out there in its law, that if you claim to be a citizen and you're not, it's a federal offense of some sort. I don't remember. I'm kind of tired. I don't remember all of it right now. And it's word salad. You got to know who you are. I'm a man on the land. Who are you? I'm a judge in a boat. Okay, where did you come from? I came from a bunch of people that got off the boats as carpetbaggers.
You're a member of the
All
human
right,
race.
I am
A
a
natural born
member of,
free man or woman.
right. That's it. So remember those words like sovereign, a sovereign citizen. If you look that up, a sovereign citizen is somebody that's being taken care of by the state.
And
Good example,
that's what government
a
officials
cop.
are.
Thank you.
Correct. They're sovereign citizens because the state is taking care of them. Cops, your revenue collectors,
And that just shows you how dumb cops are, because when you're out there and you're exercising your First Amendment rights or your Second Amendment right, the first thing these dumbasses will say, "Oh, so you're one of them? You're a sovereign citizen."
Correct.
In reality, you would totally be the opposite, because you're separating yourself from the government.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so that just shows you the limit thinking ability that they have. Because if you had any
Mhm.
type of comprehension or any type of thinking ability, you would say, "Hey, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I can't call him sovereign because I'm not going to say he's anti-government. He's just anti-bad government." You know what I
Right.
mean? That's what they try to say. We're anti-government. We're not anti-government,
I'm
because you need you
anti-tyranny.
yeah, we need some type of government. We need some type of system, or else everybody would just be just doing all types of shit. So you need some type of structure.
Hmm.
You just can't have somebody just live in your house without any rules. Let somebody come live in your house and don't give them no rules and see what happens. So you have to have some type of structure, but that doesn't mean you're anti-government, because you don't like bad government or tyranny, like you say.
Right. Uh, Our founding fathers set that structure up, but in 1871 there was a contract made with a foreign government, a foreign company, and that is when we lost because they came over here to help us. Oh yeah, I'm sure you did. And they came over here to help us establish certain things that we lost during the Civil War. One was court systems. And they came over on boats, established Washington, D.C., established the Bar Association, British Accredited Registry. How simple is that? Our whole our whole uh, legal system and our whole judicial system and our government is all controlled by the British Accredited Registry. They're the ones that make the rules. They're the ones that if you question them, they'll rewrite the rules. They came on boats. Just look up the Virginia Company someday.
Hmm.
Do some research. Go, what? What did I just read? I
Man, you'd
have
be
to get a
surprised
lot.
what you learn. Now,
Yeah.
I one thing about me, I like watching like period movies. Like I watch like old English movies and things of that nature. How the English basically ruled the world, and the way they did it was through um, going over to different countries, taking control over the textile industries, over the natural resources, over the minerals and things of that nature. So they would go everywhere and just take over, and they end up controlling everything. Even to this day, they still have their hands into all types of stuff. Now, as far as the Queen is concerned, America still worships the Queen. The Queen controls America. She basically owns a lot of land over here in America. A lot of people don't know that. She owns the Denver airport. She owns all the land around the Denver airport. But there's so many different lands, or different, so much land that she owns over here. I don't have all that information in front of me. But we are not a free country. We haven't been a free country for a long, long time. We just have the illusion of freedom. That's all it is. It's the illusion. And at any time, they can take that illusion away. And it's going to happen real soon. Sooner or later, they're going to pull the wool over our eyes. Well, they pulled it over our eyes, but they're going to pull the curtain back. And if we don't go and pull that curtain back first and figure out how to take our power back, before it's too late because they got something planned for us, man. They got a lot of stuff planned for us. They got stuff planned for our children. They love the children. Let them tell it, boy. And when I say they love the children, take it for what I'm saying. They love the children to the point to where they have turned your children against you. Your children don't even like you anymore. Have you guys realized that you have children? They go to these public schools. They get in these public schools. They get indoctrinated. They get brainwashed, and then these children come home and they started looking at you like you're the enemy. They think that they're smarter than you. They think that you're an idiot, you know. But that's how a lot of kids treat their parents nowadays. You know, they treat the parents like the parents are the enemy, and when the parent will do anything for their children, you know. But these schools and these the world society have brainwashed basically everybody. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just speaking in general. There's a lot of people that don't want to wake up. So a lot of people know the truth, but they prefer not to live in the
Well,
truth.
it's hard to admit when you've been fooled for most people. You know, I mean, I think every one of us up here on panel, and I'm sure everybody in chat, grew up believing all of this too. We had to find out on our own. And some people just they rather say keep their blinders on instead of saying, okay, you know what? I did grow up believing this, and I did believe it for a long time, but I was wrong for it, and now there needs to be a change. It's easier to just say, you know what, somebody else will worry about it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people, and then you have a lot of people. You have situations where you know that you've been taught a lie all your life. You've been taught a lie for so long. People actually believe the lie to be the truth. So when they hear the truth, they fight tooth and nail against the truth. They'll even turn against you when you
Absolutely.
bring the truth. I've had people actually want to fight me because of the truth, because I you know, and I shouldn't have did it that way. You know, when you know the truth, and you have to give people the truth like a little bit at a time. And back in the day, I was just so excited when I learned something, I would take it to somebody and I would give them all the truth at one time, and they would go into shock. And they next thing you know, they want to fight you because they in shock. They don't know what to do. They just and then and then they come at you. It's like you break their programming too fast. So I've learned that you have to give them milk. You have to treat people like babies sometime and give it to them a little at a time, because if you just give it to them too fast, they just overload. So you have to be careful.
Did anybody just see the private chat?
Let me go check it.
Biden administration suspends vaccine mandates. Unconstitutional. Actually against the Nuremberg Code.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that. I heard about that too. Now,
That's pretty awesome.
how is Conspiracy Queen in the private chat? How is that possible? Is she on the
Because
panel?
it's in here.
Because she's on the panel. That's how she got into private chat. Anybody that's on panel can type in the private chat or read the private chat.
Oh, okay. She's okay.
Yeah, she can't type in the regular chat. She has to be in YouTube for that. But in
Okay.
StreamYard, anybody can see that, and I saw that.
I figured I'd just drop that little gem there.
I thought that was really cool. Thanks. It brought a little smile.
I know, right? I'm over here doing a happy dance.
See if
Just a
you
little
can type
smile.
in. See if you can type in regular chat now.
She can't type in regular chat from StreamYard. She has to open up a YouTube.
Okay, that's right.
But you can just
Yeah,
read it.
I gotta pull out my other phone.
But you can read it to the people in chat.
Or I can cut and copy it and paste it.
Or we could do
Fine,
that.
take the
Yes.
easy way.
Just saying. Here, Carolyn, just for you.
Yeah, the ice cup.
It's a party in the panel. Party in the panel.
Hey,
My signature.
WCN, Ellie, Ricky, Conspiracy Queen. I just got a text message. Chuck Bronson is live with someone following him around, doxing him. So
Does he want to mirror?
a non 2A auditor or someone that's against 2 or 1A audits is following Chuck around, doxing him.
Go
That
ahead and mirror it.
sucks.
You
Go
can
ahead.
mirror it. He'll want you to mirror it.
Yeah, I know he will. All right, hang on. Maybe this time I can do it without get the good sound too.
Well, you're the only one with the computer, honey, so you're stuck with it.
Right.
I got that notification too. I didn't see the whole thing as it came up.
Yeah, I can do that too if necessary.
Okay.
Whoever
You
gets
want
to
him?
it first.
You want it? You want Ricky to do it? Toe?
And go.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
whoever
Ricky.
gets to it first.
Chuck Bronson, Ricky. Chuck Bronson.
So, Ricky, you're gonna have to be a regular on this panel, man, because I really appreciate your input. You know, you and Ellie and Conspiracy Queen. You know, I like these type of conversations, man. And these kind of conversations, these type of topics, will keep the drama people away because it's this boring. This stuff is boring to them. It's no action. Nobody's in there fighting. Nobody's in there cussing each other out. So that leaves everybody to have a civil conversation.
Yes.
And then eventually this room will grow because, like I said, this is new. I just started these panels, man. Don't So I'm gonna start having at least three panels a week, consistent. So that way, and try to have some good topics. So, but I want you guys to have a lot of input on what we have topics and what we talk about. So if y'all guys have topics, let me know, and we'll build a show around these topics so everybody can be involved and included. And I'll work on the thumbnails and try to make the thumbnail part of the topic and stuff. So.
And if there's anybody in chat who wants to come up and add anything, feel free to come up.
Yes. Even if you have a topic conversation for a future show, let us know. Drop it in the chat and let us know, and we will take that into consideration because all things are possible.
I just got another text that said it's getting ugly.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, I thought Ricky was going to throw it up there.
Ricky, yeah, I think he's about to throw it up. Let me know when you're ready. Now, who's following him around?
The name I got was Gary Snow.
Is he a YouTuber?
I don't know. I haven't got all that information. I was told that he followed Chuck on Chuck's last live stream, and then I just got the text that said he just followed Chuck to another scene. He's Gary Snow and is doxing Chuck.
Why don't you just use Brian? Why don't you just go by Brian? Jay, who just got arrested? Jay Surreal. Why don't he just go by Jay Lopez? Jay Michael Lopez.
Who cares? Everybody already knows our names.
Well, I'm just
he
saying.
thinks, oh, I'm blasting your name out. Like people have known my name for years.
Why doesn't Tommy just use his real name? Why do they got to hide behind these aliases? You know what I mean?
For fun.
For fun? No, I think most people hide behind aliases because they're doing things that are kind of nefarious, and they don't want anyone to know.
It's a marketing ploy.
Why did someone give you my
It's a marketing ploy because it's called a marketing ploy because it's more catchy.
You don't want to be.
Okay. been doxxed 5 years ago, moron.
I can see it, but
Before
it's
you even fucking knew it.
really slow. It's
I
like
won't show up to your
not
show up to your
going full
live feed.
speed.
Yeah, it's real
I'm top
glitchy.
watching the Watchers.
See if you can do better over there because mine's real glitchy.
Difference
I'm
is
gonna
I'm a
actually
civilian
stop
and they're
it.
public servants.
I'm a civilian.
You're
Go ahead
just a
and hit it.
stalker.
No, I'm a
So-
You're
civilian.
stalker.
But
Somebody
it is
needs
hot.
to smack the shit out of that guy.
Yeah, he just doxed everybody. Did you hear it?
What did he
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, I heard him.
What did he say?
He doxed Jay
He-
Surreals. It's
Yeah.
down there.
How's he doxing him? Is he on the?
Roll him up.
What?
No, it's just a guy telling everybody his name. He's putting out all his information out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's standing out there with him.
Right. He followed
Yeah.
him there, and he's
Yeah.
doing it so his camera picks it up. You
Go ahead and pull it up,
Show
WCN.
for Life has it in there.
Let me get the sound going. My bad. I have no
Nice
idea.
music, dude.
Yeah.
That's what you're listening to?
I just got on shuffle.
Oh my god.
The Cranberries. I thought this she was pretty good.
Whatever you say, dude.
Can you guys hear that?
I think he's
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, but I hope we don't get no copyright strike on that music. Yeah.
You
Cut it
won't,
down a
because
little
you can't,
bit.
You can't even hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. He's
Okay.
hiding his face. He can dox people, but he's hiding his face.
Where is he? That's him right there.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's doxing him.
Watch and see.
Is he a
Watch
cop?
and see.
They can't. They can't
Watch
see
and
the
see.
video.
I play music almost every night. That's how dumb you are.
Probably a cop.
That's how stupid you is. Look at this guy. He's an idiot.
I would smurf his ass. That's what I do.
He's a
You got
cop.
to let space out smurfing.
Doesn't matter. Stay away.
I'd have some of that fart spray, that shit that stinks real bad, and I just spray it in the air. So I back away, and then let his ass just walk into the shit. He'll stay away.
What happened to the volume?
Nothing. It's just a cop. You can barely hear anything. Chuck ain't talking.
I remember I was in Germany
Alerted, and then they couldn't find
in the 8th grade, and I sprayed some of that shit in an auditorium at a school dance.
Oh, you
And
were in trouble.
It cleared. No, they didn't know who did it. It cleared the whole auditorium out, boy. I mean, it just messed up the whole school dance, boy.
I mean, as long as he stops stalking me. It's because they're public servants. That's the difference.
Wait here, I'll do it.
No, you're here intentionally.
Wait.
The difference is the intent.
Show 457. Look at that right there. He got it for
Look how
me.
close he is to the cop. How come the cop's not telling him to stand back?
He was like,
Because the cop supporting that shit.
Yeah, because he knows them.
He's there laughing. Yeah, look at him. The cop's laughing.
Did to him
Yeah, he
before.
thinks it's funny.
He's a cop. I wouldn't doubt if he was a cop. Yeah, they're
One of
targeting
them's
Chuck.
family.
Chuck is being gang stalked.
Well, watch this be the new norm.
Absolutely. Which just goes to fit the
Yeah, that guy's
panel's
a cop.
title perfectly.
Chuck them need to they need to reverse it and start following his fucking ass.
I can't hear the volume. Let me see if I can hear it on my other device.
Definitely a cop.
You guys can't hear that at all?
Mm-mm.
No.
What the fuck? Well, there ain't no volume right now. He's just walking back. I think he's
car is
gonna,
that?
probably that dude's.
Diane,
Okay.
RN.
Oh yeah, he's a cop. Look at the car he's driving.
RN.
Clean your seats.
Dude, clean your seats, dude. You shit your pants. Dude, you're fucking nasty, man. Check out the blue line gang sign he's got on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, he's a
Chuck
cop.
is awesome. You're fucking disgusting.
He's an off-duty cop for sure.
Dude, you're fucking disgusting, man. He's got his blankie in the back.
Oh, excuse me.
So he went to go film Chuck's car, and Chuck's filming his car.
Fucking nasty, dude. Wash your seats or something, man.
My girlfriend's car. She's a nurse. She delivers babies.
Jesus. Well, she can't fucking drive either.
Well, she won't. No. What's your wife do for a living? You gonna rag on a nurse?
Rag on a nurse.
Walk of shame.
Okay, he's done following him. You want me to hold it off for a minute and see if the dude follows him or what?
Yeah,
Later,
and then we can cut it.
Go rip some more people off for t-shirts. Piece of shit.
He cracks me up. He's so petty.
Shit, man. Hopefully that dude comes out every night.
Yeah, if he keeps messing with Chuck, everybody's gonna know who he is.
Yeah, Chuck is. The thing is Chuck wants him to come out every night now because that's fucking content. Because
Yeah,
lately out there in Fort
Oh,
Myers,
oh,
like
never
the
mind.
Fort Myers police don't even fuck with Chuck. They give him they hand him a damn card with their badge numbers on it and the case number on it and say, "Have a good night, Chuck," and then they leave. So this guy giving Chuck shit. That's good content for Chuck's channel, you know.
mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you by the morning, Chuck knows who he is.
Yep.
I was told his name's Gary Snow. I don't know if that's true or not.
See how quickly that shit comes up? I like the way he blamed that on his wife. It's my wife's car. She's a nurse.
Yeah.
That's your comeback. It's my wife's car.
So your
You
wife's
gonna rag on the nurse? Walk of shame.
So
That
what
was
does
pretty
he drive? A
lame.
minivan?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yep.
probably has a Yugo.
He don't even got a car. If he's driving his girl's car.
Yeah. Wearing a blue line flag fucking shirt. He's a cop, dude. He looks like a cop. You
Oh,
just
yeah.
look at him and you think cop when you see him anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, even cop supporters, I don't think wear thin blue lines.
I used to.
Not usually.
Yeah, he's a
I
cop.
used to have
He's
a
one
thin,
of
thin blue line hat.
he's one of those broke ass cops. He look like he do drugs too.
Yeah. Steroid.
But you see how he took that hat and tried to cover his face?
Mm-hmm. Yep, just like a cop.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it is a cop because then he can charge him with stalking and harassing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if one of us did that to them, it would be harassing.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
like Chuck said, that's intent.
Yep.
Yep, the intent.
And the fact that you could see that other cop laughing, they knew each other.
Yeah, our buddy. He never said get away from me. You're too close, sir. Officer safety.
Body language says a lot without saying a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my blue line flag hat fell off. It fell like right next to a litter box. I haven't moved it since.
Mm.
Well, that's a shitty situation.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yeah, when all this, the cops getting shot and all this stuff happened, uh, yeah, I was all for the blue line. Holy crap, man, they can't be doing that. Then I realized, wait a minute, that is totally a gang sign and totally against the flag code.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the flag for sure. I think the blue line flag. I don't think that if they want to have their little blue line or whatever, they can have that. Like their whatever, and say blue line or whatever. But desecrating the flag like that, I just don't think that that's appropriate, and that's not right at all.
Right.
And the bad part about it is like 60%, I think, of police officers are ex-military too. On top of all that.
Well, what's really interesting is when you start looking at the symbology that's on the Fraternal Order of Police badges, then it gets fun.
My God. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just further down the rabbit hole it goes, man.
Yeah, that's it, man.
And it's like the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know anything.
Mm-hmm. And it's never ending, as you said. It's a rabbit hole. It's never ending.
It's never ending.
They don't call me the conspiracy queen for nothing.
Because you can sit there and analyze one thing, and then you be like, okay, now what is that little pin on this shoulder? What does that mean? And that's a whole nother story. And then when you analyze that pin, then you like, what does that little symbol inside that pin mean? Now that's a whole nother story. That takes you somewhere else. You be like, damn, now you at the beginning of creation. That's how far back that stuff go. One thing just leads to another.
It gets exhausting because every time you turn around, you start to think, is it me? Is it me? Because this can't be that I'm seeing this and nobody else is seeing this. It can't be me. You start to think it's in your head.
Yeah. Nah, what it is the discernment to see what's before you, see through the lies and the deception and see what's before you. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. There's never an erase button. You can't go, oh, I just didn't see that little handshake on that badge. I didn't see the eye on that badge. I didn't see nothing.
I was a bootlicker. I ain't gonna lie about it. I was a bootlicker.
We all were at one point.
I used to like the cops. I used to watch all the cop shows and be like, check them out. They're such good people and they're trying to help people and blah, blah, blah.
But all those cop shows are designed to train the public.
Yeah, really.
So that you can be violated. Well, let me see your ID. I haven't done anything wrong.
Well, it's no different than what they're trying to do now. Where's your new ID? Let me see proof that you are allowed to be inside. Fuck you. I go where I want.
Right. Your vaccination card.
Actually, if I was going to be committed of a federal crime, the best thing you could do is to not have that real ID. The best thing you could do, because if you're not allowed into a federal building, well, then you sure as hell can't hold me for trial, can you? Because I don't have that ID to go in.
I mean, yeah.
Can't go in the building, can't charge me.
You don't have that contract.
Yeah. Didn't agree to it. So sorry. Case dismissed, or we're just going to have to hold it outside for the public to see. Can't do that, public.
Oh, can't do that.
I think I just cursed.
What's shitty is there's a card for everything here in Texas. You got to have a card for everything. You wanted to work, you got to have a card. Everything's a license. They have a license for every fucking thing here.
Which, to be honest, you got to think your kids probably never really had that, because anybody under the age of 18, even though you get your license, you can't be bound to any legal contract.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just saying.
Because you're not old enough to consent to anything, which is why
18 and over. So if you're under 18, you can't really do anything.
Right, yes, but that's what's interesting. DC actually passed for children as young as 11 to give their own medical consent without parents' permission.
Bullshit.
As if an 11-year-old has the wherewithal and the long-term thought process to go, gee, what happens if I'm 30 or 40 and something goes wrong? They don't think about that. They just are standing around with a bunch of adults that already ought to know better. And legally should not be allowed to do that.
For goodness sakes.
Exactly. But now them are making it to where, as y'all said earlier, the children are under attack, which is why the parents have to stand up and advocate. That's our job.
Mm-hmm.
And no one is better qualified to be my children's parent than I am. Simply.
That's a true story.
All right, guys, it's midnight. I'm going to jump off because I'm getting really tired. But
All
WCN, thank you for having me up. Ricky, good to see you. Joe for life. Mwah. Love you.
Love you long
Caroline,
time.
pleasure to meet with you. Hopefully I see you again soon.
Oh, most definitely. I'll be over here.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Good to meet y'all, too. I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to bail, too, because it's getting late.
All
But
right,
it was
guys.
good to meet you. Thank you for having me as well.
Have a good night.
Appreciate
All right.
both of you guys for coming. Come back anytime.
Road Dog said good night, Allie.
Good night, Road Dogs.
All right. Is it getting cold outside? I feel like it's temperature's dropping in here a little bit.
Yeah, this is still 70 degrees here in Austin, bro.
I think it's probably cold in here where I'm at.
27 degrees here where I'm at.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't deal with that no more. I'm so glad I'm away from that.
I'm up here in the middle of nowhere, so I'm kind of liking where I'm at. Been here 21 years, so I'm getting used to it. Road Dog says 55.
Yeah, he's in Arkansas.
You got a wood burning stove, Ricky?
Yes, sir. Wood burning stove, pellet stove, propane
Which one you got going right now?
Wood stove.
Oh man, that's so cool. Now I watch a lot of videos on camping and cabins and stuff like that, and the wood stoves and all that kind of stuff, man. I sit there and watch hours and hours and hours of that type of stuff. I love that shit. They be out there, dig a hole in the snow, curl up with the dog and light a fire and get up, make some eggs and steak. It be 22 below and they out there in the snow.
Yep.
Ice fishing, all types of shit, boy. I watch all that type of stuff.
When I first moved up here, I was living in a warehouse downtown, and then my mom got a piece of property, and I moved out of the warehouse downtown and moved into a teepee right here on the property, and I lived here in the wintertime, summer, winter, for 2 years in a teepee.
Whew. In Colorado.
In Colorado. Minus 20.
No. Oh, hell no.
We go down, I'd say 2 to 3 weeks out of the year, the temperature will actually drop to minus 20 and run, daytime temperatures of 20.
You're just talking too cold for me right now. I'm from
for me too.
I'm from Northern Ohio, so I mean, I'm used to the cold all my life, but I've been here about 8 years, so I've got accustomed to maybe like 3 or 4 days at 45, and the rest of the days in the wintertime, 60 degrees during the day, 70 sometimes.
Yeah. Yep. I lived in El Paso 13 years, and then I moved all the way to Montana.
Oh,
You want to talk? I was shocked, dude.
yeah, that's
I'm
a
gonna
shock right there.
die.
Trees and snow.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't a lie about your blood getting thin. Like when you move from like a up north area and then you move down here, down south here and stay here for a while. And you go back up north when it's cold in the wintertime and you're like, holy shit, how the hell did I deal with this?
Right. It just goes right through you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. WCN, you still see snow where you're at, though, right?
Every once in a while, we don't get a lot of snow. When we do get snow, it'll probably last. The longest it'll probably last is maybe a week, and then it starts melting. But when we got that freeze last winter, it stayed around for a few weeks. It was snow everywhere. It was ice everywhere.
Yeah. It was here, too. They just had to cut the tree down in my front yard yesterday because it died from that freeze. Because these trees down here ain't used to it like that for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of stuff died during that freeze. A lot of people pipes burst. I was getting all type of calls, man.
Oh, yeah.
All type of emergency calls.
I was getting all kinds about electrical, too.
Man, I was driving like 2 miles an hour. That's how bad it was, man. It'd take me an hour to get somewhere that may take me like 15, 20 minutes to get to. That's how bad it was.
I just didn't go out because they weren't prepared here at all. They didn't know how to clear the roads at all, or they had nothing to clear the roads with here. So it was bad down here, man.
And then on top of that, everything was sold out. Go ahead, Chris. What you saying?
It's Ricky.
I mean, Ricky.
Ricky.
Yeah, I'm thinking of somebody else. Chris just texted me.
It's all good.
Yeah, he just texted me.
Forgot what I was going to say. I remember. So, one's a plumber, you're a plumber, and you're an electrician. Is that what I hear?
Well, I do some of everything. I do electrical, plumbing, painting. I do
handyman.
I do home remodeling, home improvement.
That's exactly what I've been doing for many years now. Up here in the mountains and all over the place, but I'm a maintenance contractor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. That's basically what I do.
Yeah, we're all in the business.
Yeah.
I deal with a lot of contractors and a lot of subcontractors and stuff. So I actually have a subcontractors group where I have like access to like 300 or something different contractors, subcontractors.
Nice. Oh yeah. Cheers, gentlemen.
Yep.
Cheers. What are you drinking?
Cranberry and vodka.
Okay.
Health food drink.
Oh, Chuck hasn't had another interaction yet, so.
Yeah, I'm watching him also. He's just driving.
I'm surprised he ain't went incognito and put his phone down, though. It seems like that's the only time he can even get on a police scene. Is if he puts his phone down when he's driving like that and they see where I think they watch him. Big time.
When that guy came up and was messing with Chuck should have jumped on the scooter and just drove off. That would have been funny. Chuck just drove off on his scooter and shit. Fuck that guy. Hey, Harry Nuts just came on, or did he just play or posted a video or something?
I don't know. You follow Harry Nuts, Ricky?
No, I don't.
Oh, you ought to follow him. Harry Nuts is
Yeah.
he's
Over
really not an auditor,
there in
man.
chat.
He just does silly videos wherever he's at. He'll just see something interesting and he'll video it. And then he just started going live. He just learned how to go live the other day. So he's been going live now. And he's really, really nice guy, really funny. We have him on panel all the time. He's a great old guy. He just put a video out. That's all it is.
Okay. Oyster shucking.
Yeah. See, he does it, or he does cooking. Like he'll show him cooking like a big hell, I don't know, butt roast or some shit. You know.
Right.
Let me see if I can get his. Go over here and get his link real quick.
I've seen his videos, but
Yeah,
don't know, I probably subbed.
He's
But,
all.
yeah,
He's
drop it in
always
there,
in
make
the.
sure.
He's always in all the auditor chats. You see him all over the place. All the First Amendment auditor chats. Everybody knows him. He's a really good guy.
Right on. I've got shit. I don't know how many videos, but most of my videos are on discussions about who they are and who we are. If it says, I don't know, I have to look at my page, but I got a lot of goofy videos and stuff, but mostly I spent many, many hours with very intelligent people discussing our rights and who they are and how come our rights are so much better than who they are because of where they came from,
Right.
10 square miles. Right on. Got it.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because my father-in-law that I took over the electrical business from. We used to, when he was teaching me the business and everything, and we'd be riding around in the van going to jobs. We're just always chit chatting and stuff. And that was the thing that he always said. What I want to know is, who are they?
Right.
Everybody says, well, they said, or, and he's always like, who are they? And I'm like, that's a good question.
Oh, that's one of the things I woke up to in 2009 when I started really getting into the research.
That's going to be a future topic also. Who are they?
Yeah, that sounds like a good one.
I'm gonna have to work that in
Now,
and figure that one out. But who are they?
if you do that, I'll get together. I got a couple of people that would love to be on that.
Let's do that. Let's do that, man. What'd be a good day for that? I'll start working on it. When would y'all like to do the panel? Because I'll start working on it.
Wednesday would be a good day.
All right,
give me
let's
2 weeks. Set it up for like at least 2 weeks from now.
Let's do
that. I'll get Destry in here, and that man's a genius.
Okay.
And he knows all this stuff.
All right.
Who are they?
Let's do that.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I just, if you didn't notice, Ricky, a lot of times when you guys are into those big old conversations like that, I just sit back and listen.
Yeah.
That's how you learn, man. You listen.
I'm just beginning to get woke. How's that? I'm just a newbie at getting woke, so I'm taking all the information in from all you guys talking and processing information.
Yeah. And then it makes you want to go do research. And while you sitting there listening to us, you'll be sitting there looking up stuff.
I was looking up stuff.
Yep.
I was looking up 1871. I was looking all that up while you guys were talking.
And my thing is, I always learn something on the way to learning something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Never quit learning.
My dad did tell me a long time ago, you learn something new every day, and I will tell you, my dad never lied to me.
Yep.
Right. Yep.
But yeah,
I learn even when I'm asleep. If I'm dreaming, I'm learning something.
me too.
I'm,
Road Dogs was lurking bad, wasn't he, back there in the back? He ain't said nothing for like 2 hours, and then he just pops in. Good night, Ellie.
what is he working on? He's still working on his editing.
Yeah, he's editing them videos.
Cool. Yeah, them videos. Sometimes that shit take a while to do, man. When I be
Yeah,
sitting there
because he
trying to
told
edit
me
stuff.
he had a lot of static footage. So
Yep.
Yep. That's what he just said.
Doing editing.
Hopefully by next in 2 weeks I'll have my laptop going, and that way when we do the show we can have some clips to play and some documents to read and all that type of stuff, so I won't have to just put it all on you guys to pull all that information up. I'm working on that end right now.
I'm just glad another person had a PC, because the only other time I get any help is when Road Dogs is up here, because he always working off his PC, so he helps me throw shit up too.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working on my laptop tomorrow, cleaning it out, trying to get it ready.
Road Dog and them told me yesterday. They was telling me yesterday that when I share them screen shares like that there's an audio button in there. But when I shared this Chuck one, I was trying to see what they were talking about, and I didn't see nothing. It said that the next page after I clicked on continue, that the next page would tell me what to do with audio, but it didn't tell me shit. It just put the stream in the basement.
Well, hell, I'll sit up here in just a second and show you right where it is.
Oh yeah, if you could show me, I mean, that'd help, because that's what they always bitch about is my audio when I put them up there. So
it's in the bottom right-hand corner. When you do screen share and you pick your screen, I've got two screens.
All right.
Here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull.
And you pick your screen.
I'm gonna act like
pull
I'm
it up right
one
now.
Up.
Sure.
Okay.
And it's in the bottom left-hand corner, at the very bottom, little bitty box. You'd miss it if you weren't looking for it.
Share system audio.
Bingo.
Is that what it says? Son of a bitch.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you.
I was being nice to you. Damn it.
Oh, I'm talking to myself. I'm yelling at myself. Not you, man.
No.
Oh man, and we appreciate. I don't know if WCN told you, but we do this together, me and him, when we do these lives. I'm always he calls me his co-host. So we appreciate you coming up here and bringing all your friends, because I was watching the chats and stuff, and I seen a lot of people popping in here that were saying that Sean sent them and you sent them, and things like that. New people that I'm not familiar with, because we usually see the same people over and over again in there.
Yeah, and we'll continue to do that.
Oh no,
we hate the drama, and we like people that are trying to learn something.
And I'm gonna continue to be popping out these topics and conversations, man.
Hold on, I think we got a troll or something going on over here in our chat.
What's going on in the
chat?
chat?
You guys are talking shit about all cops when it's only 1 in a million bad cops.
Who's talking shit about cops? Let them stay in here
for you, Matthew.
No, nobody's in here talking about cops.
Go ahead, Ricky. Go ahead, Ricky. You give it to him. Let's see what he
get up here on the panel, Matthew. What's your opinion? Speak your mind.
Right.
You don't have to sit in the chat, because what you say in the chat really don't mean anything. Get up here and speak your mind. Send it out through the airwaves. Because if you don't speak it on panel, it didn't happen, Matthew. It didn't happen.
Right. And if you ain't got
Go,
nothing to back up what you say, you're a dumbass. Just saying.
I wouldn't have noticed it until I seen Heather's comment, and then I read his comment. And I was like, "What the hell?"
What's up, Heather?
Oh, Heather.
And
Heather?
just because the title of the show is "Are we living in a police state?" don't mean we're talking about police. Because see, the word police state is bigger than any police. See, that just shows you how far your comprehension goes, Matthew. You have to look past the word police. We said state. So police state doesn't mean police. It means basically it's a lifestyle for the people. And I don't want to live in a police state. I don't want that lifestyle.
Right.
They're forcing that lifestyle on us. Nobody wants to be policed. Even the police don't want to be policed.
Right.
You know what I mean? Think about it. Why do you think they act the way they act when you show up with a camera? They don't want to be held accountable. They don't want to be policed. But see, being policed and being held accountable is I think it's basically two different things. Held accountable is me taking responsibility.
Right. That's exactly what it means.
Yeah, being policed is being forced to do something. And we don't want to be police. The police should be police because they get paid to be the police. So therefore we should be allowed to police them.
And
if we're paying them.
Matthew, if you're still in here, Four Corners posted the StreamYards link. All you had to do is click on that link and come up here.
Yes. And I will honest to God tell you about the mindset of either a deputy sheriff, dog catcher, police department. I will absolutely tell you the mindset of these people.
Are y'all
when
aware?
We put on a badge, our brain changes. Something happens inside. Something
That's
changes.
true. That's true.
All of a sudden, and it doesn't matter what personality you are, when you put that badge on and when you put that uniform on, all of a sudden, something changes in you and makes you a authority in your own mind, which you're not, believe it or not. You have no authority over me unless I've been arrested. Shut up. Go fuck yourself. Ooh, I'm sorry. I got a little uppity there.
Oh, that's all right.
But, okay, so, and I'll give you the reason I say that, Matthew. The reason I say that is, and what he was saying is not all police are bad. I agree with you. Not all police and deputies are bad. But something does change. And let me tell you how I know. I work for the Archuleta County Sheriff's Department as a volunteer. I work in the Emergency Operations Center, EOC. Like if somebody goes missing or a plane goes down, I'm a dispatcher. Well, I worked with them for about 3 or 4 years as a dispatcher for Emergency Operations Center. Never had a uniform. I show up in my citizen clothes. Then I had the opportunity to join the sheriff's department as a volunteer deputy sheriff. Let me tell you something that scared me. As soon as I put that uniform on, something changed. And I had to check myself. I had to back up and say, what was that? How come this guy that's training me is talking about going to classes and his karate instructor, and learning how to use a baton. And it's like, wait a minute, why is this guy thinking like this? He's thinking totally defensive. And so as I watched and learned through hanging out with deputies and the sheriff and all the staff, what I learned and what I saw was they become, in their minds, they become something that is above the citizens. They get the mentality that they want to beat on citizens. I asked my brother, he was a detective in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I said, what is your favorite thing about being a cop? And he says, when I get to tackle them and knock them down. I'm like, wow, this is my brother. And I haven't seen him or talked to him in 20 years because of that statement.
It's a power trip. It's and and what the thing they feel like you said, when you put it on, and it's like you become possessed. It's like as you become combative. It's like a spirit. It's a spirit attached to that. People don't realize it.
Yes.
We live in a spiritual world, so I I can see it and I can understand it. There's we're in the spiritual world. There's spirituality all around us, and there's a spirit attached to that. So when you put that on, you became possessed with that spirit, and you felt it, and you didn't like it because that spirit didn't agree with your natural spirit.
Correct.
Can I have
And
the
a
floor
lot,
for a second?
yes, sir.
So I wanna go to Matthew over there because he's still in here and he's still talking, not coming up on panel. But here's what I'm going to tell you, Matthew, about what you're saying. There's Karens and Darrens everywhere, and there's 300 plus million people in this country, and we all have different attitudes and we all have different quirks about us. The police officers are supposed to be professional in their duties to the public. So if one guy out there yelling at them and calling them a pig or something to that effect is making them quit, then they don't need to be police officers. Because I go out and I work and I go into people's houses every day, different people, and I have to deal with different attitudes, different ethnicities, kids, dogs, cats, pet rats, pet snakes, and all that shit. And I don't get mad and I don't get butthurt. I stay professional. I do my job and I keep moving. And it doesn't make me want to quit. Okay. So you're barking the wrong tree saying that people like him make cops want to fucking quit. I mean, that's just plain, that's just stupid. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, and see, Matthew, he comes in here all angry. I don't know why. We don't even know who he is, but he came in here, guns loaded, just came in here, pow, 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 pew, 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 pew.
That's because the people are woke, Matthew. Because the police like to batter people. There's many bad cops out there that batter and violate people's rights, and the people are learning about their rights, and they're learning about that they're free, and that scares the police. And if they want to resign because they don't want to be yelled at and screamed at, then resign. Then that's on them. But people are woke. You can't be mad because people are getting woke.
Heather said it.
And another thing, if police are quitting, it's not because of us. It's not because of the citizens. Police are quitting because of the police and because of the institution that they work in.
Yeah.
Somewhere or another, it may have turned on them.
And Matthew, I could show you 1,000 videos. 1,000 videos. Easy. I could show you way more than 1,000, but I could show you 1,000 right off the top of the head of bad officers that violate people's rights and people that haven't even said a word to them, haven't said nothing bad, haven't called them a name, haven't said nothing, and they just violate their rights. So don't tell me the bad officers are few and far between. I'm not saying there's not good
Matthew?
officers, but there's more bad officers than what you're trying to portray out there.
And I wouldn't even say there's good officers. I'd say there's officers out there scared of losing their jobs. Because if there was good officers, we would see these officers combating the bad officer. It would be like good versus evil, but there's not.
Correct.
You got these officers that may not be demonic like their partners or the people that they work with, but they're so afraid of these people that they keep their mouths closed. They want to make it to their retirement. They want to make sure they get their pensions. They're more concerned about their jobs and their family and bringing home food to feed their kids than to do what's right. And that particular job, you're supposed to put doing what's right first because that's the job you signed up for. And that's just like in the military. Yeah, you want to take care of your family, you want to provide for your family, but when you sign up for the military, you put your life first. You put your country first and you put your life, you give up your life if you have to put your country first. So your family, everything else comes second when you join certain type of organizations. So when you join the police, you have to put the people first because that's what you joined, that's what you signed up for. So so that's why I feel there is really no good cops because they don't put the people first. They don't put the job first. They put everything else first. And the people that they swore to protect and serve, they put us last. They put their feet on our throat. They put their knee on the back of our necks. You know what I'm saying? They put their bullets in our chests. They put their stun guns in our backs. They do us dirty. They don't have no respect for us. And when a cop is out there doing dirt and then you have 10 other cops standing around and not doing nothing about that cop doing treating you bad, even though they may like pull his hand back and kind of like stop him, but they're not reporting the bad behavior and they see it on a daily basis. All these cops are sticking up for each other. So where are the good cops? That's another topic. That's another topic for a conversation. Where are the good cops? Write it down.
Matthew.
Okay, so before I go wet myself, let me jump in there real quick. And I got to run to the restroom. So Matthew, let's make it real simple. Real simple. If you were on a playground and a teacher walked up and smacked a kid, and another teacher stood there and let it happen and didn't do anything, she is no better than that teacher that slapped the kid. I'll throw another one in there. If a cop is violating somebody's constitutional right and another cop or 10 cops are standing right there letting him do that, they are bad cops because they're not following their oath of office. I can quote my oath of office that I took as a volunteer deputy sheriff. Okay. And I see it all the time. Oh, okay. So what about all the good cops buying groceries and stuff and toys for tots and toys for the kids on Christmas? Oh, what about all those good cops? I'm sorry, sir. That is propaganda. That is strictly propaganda. It's put on by the sheriff's department. Oh, well, maybe that deputy that's out there at Walmart buying toys for tots or for the kids, maybe it makes him feel good. Oh, I'm doing something great for the community. But in the long run, when he violates your rights or allows somebody else to violate your rights, he's under the thin blue line and he's not a good cop. And I got to go pee.
Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Drop the mic. Boom.
Because that's what I was gonna say. That's pretty much how I was. I mean, I wasn't gonna put it that articulated like Ricky did, but that's pretty much what I was gonna say. Is that you could see all that. I mean, yeah, a cop talking a guy off a ledge, that's great. That's what they're supposed to do. A cop helping kids out, that's great. That's what they're supposed to do. But then that same cop that you're talking about, an hour and a half later, goes out on a traffic stop and backs his partner up that's violating someone's rights, and he just stands there and allows it. So is he a good cop?
Matthew said, he said, okay, let me see what he said. He said, okay, you guys are all fucking stupid. Because you because you can't handle the fact that not all cops are bad. And you know what he said, and not out there to fucking murder you. Nobody said all cops are gonna murder you.
I don't think we said anything about murder. Never once did we say anything about a cop murdering someone, did we?
But let me ask you this. Okay, you got 10 cops. One cop is over aggressive and he murders someone. The other 9 cops don't report it. They all write the same report. They didn't kill the guy, but they all write the same report. Now, if you was to reverse that and flip the script, now if I go and rob a bank and say me and you together, Matthew, we both together, and we go rob a bank, and I got a gun, and I kill somebody, and while we robbing this bank, but you didn't kill him, you didn't shoot him, okay, you was with me. Do you know they're going to try to charge you with the same charge? They're going to try to stick you with murder because you was with me. You know what I mean? Unless you turn state's evidence and give me up for a plea deal. See, that's the same thing with the cops. He's guilty by association. They're guilty. Now, unless they turn state's evidence and turn on that cop, then they should get the same treatment that cop gets that murdered somebody. Think about that. And if you say that's not right, then we can flip the script again and say, hey, that's not right that you should get you should be indicted for murder or get the death penalty because I shot somebody just because you was with me. But the law don't see it that way. See, they got one law for us and one law for them. That's all I'm saying. Double standards. Mm-hmm. That's it. Think about that.
I don't think you. I think you probably think, Matthew. I'm not saying you do, but I'm assuming that you probably think that we are all about defund the police and get rid of the police and all that. And if that's what you think, you're totally wrong, because we all know on this panel that we have to have police. Police have a function.
And before you came in here, we was already saying we believe in structure.
Right, structure, exactly.
We said we don't agree with bad government.
To me, police need better training, better law training, better dealing with the public training,
more transparency,
more accountability. And more accountability, yes.
And they need a oversight too from the people, by the people.
But he keeps saying there's good cops out there and all that, but I challenge you, Matthew, to show me a video. I know, but I challenge him to show me a video of a police officer having an interaction with the public and one of his partners violating the public's right and that police officer stopping it. I challenge you to show me that video because I have never seen one.
I got a question.
And I used to watch cops. I used to watch Live PD. I watched Live PD Fridays and Saturday nights. I was glued in front of that TV to watch Live PD. I loved it. Cops, I loved it. I've been watching Cops since it started. That's how old I am.
You're old.
You're right.
I got a question. We were talking about the topic that we were going to do for 2 weeks from now. What was that topic?
It was
Who are they?
Who are they?
So,
yes,
okay.
it was who are they?
Gotcha.
And,
the big
and
question
Ricky's going to bring some of his friends up on panel with you.
Gotcha. Writing all this down.
Professors.
Now, where are the good cops? That's going to be in the next couple of days. I'm working on that. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow.
And Ricky,
Ricky, Matthew, you make sure you be here for this one.
Right. And if you're still in chat, Matthew, and you want to come on up on panel. And we won't cuss at you. We won't call you names.
Listen, everybody has a different point of view, Matthew. So your point of view is welcome. And your point of view doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean you're wrong. You know what I mean? Everybody's here to learn and everybody's here to get educated. So feel free to stick around. If you notice nobody has attacked you, we just, we're not going to attack
we're
you.
not here to attack you.
No.
But if you're saying something that is incorrect, you can guarantee I'm going to be the first one to do my best to correct you. Or if you're saying something I feel is incorrect, then I'm going to be that guy that says, prove me wrong. Show me the proof. Period. Okay, I'm going to show you guys something. I said I was a deputy sheriff, right? Here's my uniform. All right, there's my name. Right there. And there's the badge on the side. Okay, Archuleta County. And then right here, it says volunteer.
Yeah.
But I am a volunteer deputy sheriff. I gotta hang this up. Okay, so after 2009, I said, what's the best way to find out what the hell's going on? Well, get involved. So I did. I got involved. I joined the sheriff's department. Lost a lot of friends. People says, what? You're a cop? I said, well, what a better way to see what's going on from the inside. And I am the first person to tell them to take that damn blue line matter flag off your uniform. That's a disgrace. And I got some flack for that. What are they going to do? Fire me? I'm a volunteer. And I ride around with deputies and I take notes. One deputy that here in this county, he's a fucking tyrant from hell. He doesn't quit. But guess what? I get to document from the inside what he's doing. And if it ever comes up, I'll be the first one to dump it on him. On the correct people. Another thing, a lot of people sitting around on their ass, and you know what? There's so many things you can do out there. I just graduated from firefighter school. I'm now a firefighter here. Well, hell, I get to see what's going on the inside there, too. Here, I can prove that. Where's my hat? So, what the hell? So the best thing anybody can do is get involved. A lot of people are bitching and whining about our government. Well, are you doing that from your chair? Are you sitting on your ass bitching and whining? A lot of people bitch and whine at me about the government, and I ask them, did you vote? Well, hell no, my vote don't count. Then shut up. I don't want to hear your bullshit because, you're not. Here's my fire department hat. I just graduated school with them here about 2 weeks ago. Anyway, that's my rant. Matthew, you still here? Anything?
I haven't seen nothing from him since that last one about 10 minutes ago or so.
Mm-hmm.
I wish he
And
would
I'm
have came
sure.
a panel, man, because I mean I like talking to people, man, and feeling them out
Sure.
and telling them how I feel, and that's how it used to be. You know, you remember those days? I'm sure you remember those days, Ricky, when you
I do.
were able to actually talk to someone and not agree, but still walk away and
Agree
take
to
a
disagree.
handshake and be like, "I'll see you tomorrow."
Yeah, and you come back tomorrow with some more dialogue.
Right. Nowadays, it's either you follow me or either
Right.
you do or you believe what I say or I don't. You're a piece of shit. I hate that.
Or I believe the way I think because that's what they said on television.
Right.
Yeah,
That too.
propaganda.
Mm-hmm. If I saw it on Facebook, it must be true.
Oh God. If you believe in Facebook, you got major problems.
Right.
And the people on Facebook are
Facebook.
so brainwashed and lost. Both sides.
Mm-hmm. I was one of those. I was totally brainwashed.
True, Cheryl.
You know,
True, Cheryl.
totally. Until everything crashed and burned, and I had to move back to a cabin up here in the middle of the mountains and rethink what just happened to me. And then I started doing research. And being woke is one thing, but waking up is something that will. Once you wake up, man, you'll never go to sleep.
And I'm not woke like the woke that the lamestream media tells you and all these other people say.
Right.
I'm just woke that I'm looking at things a lot differently than I have for 46 years.
Correct.
I'm seeing things that are putting two and two together, things that I never looked at because I was too busy taking care of my kids and my house and all that stuff. So I was a sheeple, what they call the sheeple.
Well, I'm glad that at an early age, man, my eyes were open, and I realized a lot of things at an early age, and I would try to share stuff with people, and people would be like, "Who the hell are you? What do you know?" Nobody took me serious. Nobody was like, "How do you know this? How do you know?" But when I was young, I knew a lot of different things, and I used to read a lot too. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but I always was seeking knowledge, seeking information.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got TCM, the Constitution Matters. I'm pretty sure I subbed to you. And
Yeah.
yeah, I like the way you
He's
think,
a good
brother.
guy. He's a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's been up on our panel.
Right on. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get.
I like. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, brother.
No, I was just gonna say I like listening to people that know more than I know, or nor that knows different subject matters or different things than I know. That way I can learn something. I don't want to talk to people that know the exact same stuff I know, because then I don't learn nothing.
Right. You just
So
sit there and go, uh-huh.
yeah, because
Right.
we both know the same stuff. So if I like to have different points of views, different from different people from different parts of the world. That's how you learn.
Right.
And if you're not learning, you know, if you don't want to learn, you're just a piece of meat. You're the Bible calls it carnal minded, and if your brain, if you can't expand your brain, then you're carnal minded, and the word carnal comes from the word carne, which translate to meat. So if you're not learning and trying to learn and trying to better the people around you, not just yourself, better the people around you, then you're just a meathead.
Mindless meathead. And I
Yep.
know a lot of meatheads.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of educated meatheads.
Oh God. Don't get me started.
That's a whole nother panel.
And they think because they have
Mindless meathead.
they think because they have book knowledge or book sense that they have, they're smart. The thing is, they have all that book knowledge, but they don't have any comprehension or common sense. Yes, they don't have none of that.
Mm-hmm.
I know a shit ton of it. Hell, you go stand outside. You go stand outside any university in the continental United States, and 9 out of the 10 that walk out the doors, it's going to be the same thing. They got all kinds of book knowledge, but they ain't got no common sense.
No common
And
sense
they
at
can't get
all.
a job.
Mm-mm. And that's the only thing they know how to do is get a job too. If they don't even know how to start a job or be their own boss or anything of that nature. It's get a job, but they don't have no common sense. Cause you can train a monkey to go to outer space. Let them tell it we've been out of space, but I don't believe that shit. But they always show you monkeys pushing a button, flying a rocket ship. So
Right.
you can teach a monkey to push a button.
That's true.
But you can't teach an old dog new tricks,
Right.
especially if they wake up.
Yeah, they don't want us to wake up.
I'm an old dog, and I'm learning new tricks every day.
Yeah. How old are you?
47.
Oh, you're a puppy. Good grief.
Look, when I was 16, and someone told me they were 40, I was like, "You're so freaking old." And now I'm 47. Now I'm 47, and I'm like, man, I'm that old guy now.
Throw a guess out there. Tell me how old you think I am.
56.
61.
Yeah. I was close. You look a lot younger than you are.
That's not what she said.
I'm actually younger than both you guys. I haven't been born yet. I'm from the future.
Oh God. Here we
Right
go.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that was gonna start. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm from the future, man. I'm on vacation, so I just came back to hang out with you guys, kick it for a little while. You know, I'll be here for probably about 3 or 4 years, but in the future, like when I go back, it's only going to be like I've been gone for like maybe like 10, 15 minutes. So
wouldn't that be so cool?
Yeah.
You know what I think?
I can't even, dude. Oh Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
See, I looked into that time travel thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought, well, how can you travel in time if it hadn't been there yet? If I'm going to travel forward in time and it hadn't happened yet, how am I going to get there and where am I going to be?
Yeah.
So that shit ain't going to work, dude.
You don't know what's there. Maybe there is no future. You travel into your death.
Right. Oh shit.
Now it'd be tight if we could see the future before we could travel to it.
Right.
That's all I'm gonna see.
And then you know where you're going.
That's all I'm gonna see in the future is my funeral.
We're going to 15,004. What's there? I don't know. Let's go. Shit, jump on. You,
on the
you get
road.
there, you get there, and there's nothing.
Yeah. And it was so
I
dark.
mean, there's completely nothing. You don't even know how to get back. You done ran out of gas. You can't even get back.
Right.
You stuck. there's
That should
there's
be a
no
movie.
there's no food.
Right.
They,
No
it ain't
electricity
happened
to
yet.
power your shit.
That'd
Right.
be messed up.
Yeah.
Be a great
Yeah,
movie.
that's what they should have did with Back to the Future. That should have been one of theirs. They went so far in the future that there was nothing, and he couldn't even get anything to power the damn DeLorean.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing,
Out there floating
Muso?
around in a vast
Welcome to the chat.
nothingness.
Constitution, how you doing, sir? Why don't you jump up here on this panel, man? Come hang out.
Yeah, y'all jump up here.
Go
I
on and
have
jump
so
up
enjoyed
here.
hanging out with you up here on panel. By the way,
I,
all of everybody.
shit, we enjoyed you too, man, and all the people that's in the chat. We enjoyed you guys. All the lurkers,
yeah.
all the people that's not saying anything. We enjoy you guys. I feel the eyeballs. I feel the eyeballs. Hey, your eyeballs will be in the future podcast because this right here is going to be on the WCN podcast. And I will be letting you guys know where the podcast will be. And I think it may be put into two different locations as far as the podcast go. And then also we have a live stream channel that once these are done, we break them down and put them out on the live stream channel so we can build up that channel. And then probably by next month when we go live here, we'll be streaming straight to the live stream channel also. So we'll be streaming to two channels, possibly three channels. We're going to try to get it to where we can stream to Toe's channel and the live stream channel and this channel. So we'll be streaming to three different channels at once, hopefully by next
Well,
month.
hook me up with hook me up with that time spot and everything, and I'll stream it live on my channel.
That'll work. That'll
I'm
work.
gonna put something in private chat over here, Ricky.
We'll keep you in the loop. You're part of the family now, so we're going to keep you in the loop.
Let me tell you something. I've been part of the family for a long, long time. Hanging
I
out with the
appreciate it.
auditors, learning what they do wrong, learning what they do right, learning who the trolls are that are so-called air quotes auditors. You know.
So when did you
I
become
learned a lot from you guys.
when did you become aware of me and Toe?
Let me think for a second. Oh, I remember you were in a chat. It wasn't Mexican long hair. It was somebody else. Not too long ago, probably 2-3 weeks back, if not longer. And I somebody dropped your link, and I grabbed it and subbed, man.
Cool.
Same with Toe.
Good night, Heather.
Good night, Heather. Thank you so much.
Night, Heather.
Appreciate you being here.
I put something over in the private chat for you, Ricky.
All right. Right on, brother. Mine's up there.
All right.
I didn't see yours.
Mine.
It must have been an earlier one.
I said it's just scroll up. It's up there.
Yeah. No, remember I went off panel for a little while, so I can only see from the time that I got on this last time.
All right. Well, I just posted it back in there. I just put it back in there.
Right. One thing about auditors that I see as a extreme asset in the world we live in, air quotes, by the way, is that the auditors are on the ground. If something happens throughout the nations that the auditors are, Canada and Europe or all over the United States, if something happens, they're the ones that are going to be the news. You see what I'm saying? They are going to be the news. Breaking news. I just showed up to a scene, and the hazmat's here, and it appears to be some kind of nuclear waste. I'll be back. See my point. Anyway, they're the lead, and that's why I follow the auditors.
Yeah, they're the boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah. Now, I would be an auditor up here in the mountains, but I would have to audit like raccoons
And the deers and
and
shit. But you should do
right.
that for real though. You should start filming that shit so we can have some stuff to watch, man. Because I like watching that type of stuff. You should look. You should throw some wood in the fireplace, and you should film yourself throwing the wood in the fireplace. Do you know how many videos out
Do
there
that.
that I've watched that I've actually watched where people chop wood, take it into the cabin, throw it in the fireplace, fire it up. It's freezing outside. They show the thermometer. They rub their hands together. Then they start peeling some potatoes and carrots and onions, and they put the little
You got it.
thing on the stove, and they start cooking, and then they throw a piece of meat to the dog. Yeah, I watch all that kind of shit, man. Be surprised stuff I
Yep.
watch, boy. I watch
I
hours of
am
stuff
going.
like that.
Let's see. Let me pull up a video for you, brother.
All right.
That'll just freak your shit right out. And this video is not public. This is a private video. You have to give me a second to get there. And the reason it's not public is because here in the state of Colorado, if you feed critters, they will actually arrest you, fine you, and kill the critters you're feeding.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
totally against the law. I'm going to show this video, and you can air it. Just don't drop the URL to it. I'm waiting for it to get here. All right. Your thoughts. Hanging with family. I think that's it. Unlisted. And you guys love this because, holy crap, this is where I'm at. Yeah, here it is. And I got a lot of videos on my channel like this, but this is what I do just about every night. I'm going to drop it in the private chat. It should be there now. Title of the video is Hanging with the Family. And yep, there we go. That's it. So you're more than welcome to put that on the air. But that's me. I just got off work and I come home and I grab me a drink and go outside on the porch, hang out with the family. They're out there right now, by the way.
You want me to pull it up, World Citizen, or what?
Yeah, you go ahead.
All right, let me pull it up.
It's an awesome video. This is one of my best.
Oh, shoot. I got to put it over here on the screen. Hang on.
Be sure to click audio.
Yeah. Now that I know, right? Share screen. Bam. Share audio. Bam. Share. Bam.
Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Pew, pew, pew. Where Matthew go with his pew pews.
Oh, I got to turn it up. Hang on.
That's raccoons. That's
That's
coons.
an see that albino raccoon?
I
Yeah,
see it.
that's a rare one.
The chances of seeing an albino raccoon are 1 in 700,000. I was looking out on my front porch and I saw a white cat. And I thought, wow, check that out. I didn't, it must be a neighbor's cat. So I went out there and got a scoop of food and took it out there and poured it out for that cat that I didn't know. This is 4 years ago, and she was a baby. And she walked up on the porch and started eating the food. And I realized, holy shit, it's an albino raccoon.
The other one
And we've
wants to
been
crawl
friends.
up in your lap.
Oh yeah, they're all over me.
He done grabbed your cup.
Yeah, spilt my
He wants
fucking drink, you
look.
little bastard.
What is that? Peanut butter?
Look, he grabbed a spoon. Oh shit, that shit crazy.
It's peanut butter.
I love raccoons, man, because they're so like how they, get up there and they're like so human like,
Totally. And they're wild. These are wild raccoons. They just come to the house, hang out.
Look, see, he just touched you like, hey, buddy,
Oh,
I
yeah.
want some more of that peanut butter.
What you got on your hand? Oh, good tight grip. Oh, what you got over there? Look what you got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're huge now. Like I say, they're out there right now.
Are you familiar with Clash with Bow?
Who?
Clash with Bow?
Seems like it.
The wild Constitution.
Maybe not. Drop a link.
All right. Well, Clash with Bow, he used to be a 1A auditor, but he don't do it no more. He just does live streams. But he likes to like watch people's videos and stuff. And he was watching a video of this other guy that does the same deal, but he's got like 30 of them that come every night, and
Right.
he feeds them like 10 pounds of hot dogs.
Yep. His
And
name
cat
is the
food.
Raccoon Whisperer.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about? Old guy, would look like Santa
Yeah.
Claus. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh, he's wonderful. Yeah. The difference is he's in Nova Scotia, Canada. The difference is there are no regulations about feeding the animals.
There you go again.
There he goes, getting in my shit.
So
Stuff, I'm sorry.
sneaky. They're so
Oh,
sneaky.
damn. Oh, yeah.
They're bandits. That's why they got that banded thing around their eyes.
Yeah. Yep. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I was sitting back here in the office.
Look at him.
He wants that beer, though. I
Yeah.
think he liked that beer, too.
Yep.
This is awesome. I like this video.
In 2 days.
Yeah, it's joy of my life, man. Let me tell you something.
You real hungry? Huh? Are you real hungry? How about you, buddy? Where's everybody at? Who's missing? Hmm?
Yeah, jump forward on the video.
Who's missing?
Or you don't have to. You don't. I think it's 20 minutes long. But
I mean, I can
yeah,
go.
here they come.
That's my lighter.
They'll start jumping up on my lap and
Yeah,
sitting
you
on my
can
shoulder.
go twice the speed or something. Or
Yeah, I was
what-
going to say I could speed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Playback speed, let's go 1.75.
Yeah, they're a blast. Let me look on my camera right now outside. But let's see, there's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he was on panel. He's still on panel right now. Constitution. He's talking with me and Road Dog.
Road Dog.
I mean,
Yeah,
damn,
Constitution.
Road Dog must be talking about me. I mean, Toe for life. You know they say when you mention somebody's name, they must be talking about you.
Oh yeah, look at them. They're on his shoulders, on his lap, and they don't ever bite you, Ricky, or anything, huh?
Yes,
You've been nipped.
I have been nipped. That white one, she's the mama, and that's her 4 babies. And she's had 2 litters. They don't call them litters; they call them kits because they're of the bear family. Uh, I was handing one of them a cookie or something. I don't know, and I was handing it to her. One of the babies knocked it out of my hand, and she bit me. But she actually kind of looked at me like, "Ooh, I'm sorry." I walked out there barefoot, and there's this one raccoon that run up right away and bite my toe, and then put his hands on my leg. And he just nipping at me. He doesn't bite me or hurt me.
The white one looks mean though. That's what's funny. You
Yeah,
look at all
she's
the other
big.
one, and you're like, they're so adorable, but that white one, you're like, that one looks evil.
Yeah, I can guarantee it. And they're a blast.
Oh yeah.
I open up the sliding glass door during the daytime, let the cats run in and out. And I got a surveillance camera in my living room and kitchen. So I'm sitting here in my office, and I notice movement, so I pulled that screen up, and a raccoon walks in and sits down in the middle of the kitchen. And about 4 cats surround him and persuade him to get the fuck out of the kitchen.
I was sitting here in my garage last night. I told World Citizen about this last night when we were on the phone together, and I was looking at YouTube videos or whatever.
Hold on. I gotta mute.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
And anyhow, out of my peripheral visions, I seen something move, and I looked over and I thought it was a rat, and I went, "Holy shit!" Because I got my garage door open, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And then I looked real good, and it's a baby possum. He just tooling along in my garage, just stopped by, see what was going on. I was kind of shoot him out, just stomp my foot on the ground a little bit and get, and then walked its way right out the garage.
You said it was a baby.
Yeah, it was a baby. It wasn't a full grown. It was about the size of like a big rat. That's why I was like, "Holy shit!" But then I looked and I seen it was like white, like more white. And then I looked at it because when I said "Holy shit," it turned around, and then I seen it turn back around and I seen its face, and I was like, "Man, that's a damn possum."
Hey, if you notice in the back behind him, I kept seeing some eyes and shit on behind the air conditioner, and then I just seen something jump down.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Well, he's got 4 of them right there. No, 5. You sure there ain't one didn't just show up then? Oh no, I see it right there. Yeah, I see that. Look on
some
the
eyes.
door. Are them cats? Yeah, them are cats. Them are cats. They're thinking, what's daddy giving all these damn wild ass animals.
You see the eyes in the back?
Yeah, they're cats.
You need mittens. You know that?
You didn't see the gray one walk up?
I see it now.
Oh, you must be delayed.
Well, I'm watching the TV.
Oh, okay.
Screen's bigger.
Hey, don't bite me.
He said, "Hey, don't bite me."
No. Get up now.
How long did it take for them to get that comfortable around you, Ricky?
There you go again. Getting in trouble.
Did he come back yet?
Okay.
Echo. Someone's got an echo?
I don't know.
Constitution Matters. Is there an echo on us? Type 1 if there is.
I don't hear it now. I did at first, but I don't hear it now.
Yeah, I heard it. So you wondering how long it took for them to get used to me? The mother, the pink one, the white one, the albino, totally albino. She brought the babies here after they were born, and so they were little. I mean, like kitten size. And I just went out there and started hanging out with them.
Hey, it's not your turn.
And then I became that dude with the peanut butter. They're out there right now.
This guy up here, if I ignore him, he nibbles on my ear. That's it, I mean, they nibble, on a regular basis. Sometimes I'll walk out here and I don't do anything. I just stand here and, they'll try and crawl up my pants and crawl up my legs and whatever. I don't give them any attention. They'll bite my leg. Nibble. Not like, hey, don't nibble on me. Why you do that for? Like that. You're missing a toe. Come here. Let me see your foot. Oh, okay.
So these particular raccoons that you're looking at right now, they're a year old. The albino raccoon is 4 years old, and she comes here every year. And we got skunks and cats and deer. Here, I'm going to drop another video for you, just for the hell of it. This is the deer in my yard. And it's really interesting. Like I say, I'm up here in the mountains. My nearest neighbor used to be a mile away. Now it's down to probably half a mile.
Just moving closer and closer to you, huh?
Yeah. We used to have one street light and, one horse town, very quiet up here in the mountains. And then the corporations came in and decided they would turn this place into another Telluride. A resort town.
Yes.
Yeah. Used to people, and it's still good. I mean, it's still fine like it is. Used to people would get in their cars and trucks and come up here to go camping. That's what got me here. I stayed. I came here on my way from Montana to El Paso, Texas, and I'm thinking, holy shit, I'll die. And a friend of mine said, "Hey, stop by here on your way." And I said, "Okay." And I put my shit in storage, moved in with him, and went to work.
That's a big ass black cat.
I've got 4 black cats, 5 actually. One comes around.
Red cats. It's a black cat, but when you see her, you know, in the sunlight, totally red. Red is really cool.
I love them damn things. Them raccoons are so cool.
Yeah, they're a hoot.
Now, would I sit there in that chair and do that? Probably not, but it's cool to watch other people do it.
How do they get along with the
tell you.
cat?
Cats kick their ass, so they get along fine.
Like that.
Okay. The cats are tougher than raccoons.
Faster.
Faster.
Yeah. If they get their little hands on you, man, you're done. Because let me tell you something, they're hands. And they got claws.
They're all sorts of like the, oh, warning. That's okay too.
That was a cool video.
Cool. That's my favorite, by the way. And it's not public. I dropped another one in there if you're interested.
Sure.
It's in private chat, and it's just, I'm out there working in my shop, and I turn around, and there's a whole crowd of people and deer. A whole crowd of deer. Why did I say people? So I picked up my camera, walked out there, and talked to them. What you're seeing right now is on my camera is a live camera of my back deck, my back porch.
So what do you
go out there and throw something?
Do you give them that? You give them an igloo like that to sleep in now? If they get cold?
No, that's I don't know. I put it out there for that reason, but they don't like it.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute and walk out there real quick.
Okay.
For the hell of it.
We'll watch it. Oh, look at that. That's a fat one. You still awake over there, World?
Yeah, I'm still awake. I'm watching. I'm wide awake.
Oh, look at them all come. Look. See all their eyes running?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
They must live like right up under the deck or something.
Holy shit, look how many of them there is now.
They must got relatives coming over for the holidays.
Thanksgiving. We're going to Ricky's house.
God damn. Yeah, all them little mother suckers.
See, there's Mama, the white one. Holy crap. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that what you're saying? Oh, 9 of them. Oh, Ricky's cat got in the way.
Yeah. Should lay down. Yeah, there's 9.
Holy.
Sometimes 10, and I've had up to 11.
World Citizen said the family came over for the holidays.
It's about right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I can walk out there with a jar of peanut butter and a spoon and sit down and don't get me wrong, they get rowdy. And I'll tell you something else. When they get to scrapping and kicking each other's ass, it is scary, scary as hell. And when you get 2, one on your shoulder and one on the other shoulder, and they're scrapping behind you or in your face, I'm telling you, dude, makes you rethink what you're doing.
Yeah, I bet.
And I've had, days like that.
What are you doing, Gary?
That's in the basement, that deer one, whenever you want to pull it up.
Very.
World Citizen.
That's a real cool video.
That's all you.
Just a little look at all the critters.
Got an echo.
Let you guys see
Means
this.
you're listening to it twice.
Full moon, by the way.
I don't know how. Does that help?
What are you doing?
Just just deer.
What are you guys doing?
I counted 20 something right there in front of me, and then there was another probably 6 or 7 on the other side of my pickup.
1, 2, 3.
And this is all the time.
8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That ain't all of them. There you go. This is normal.
Okay.
Normal day in the neighborhood. What are you staring at, Mama? Huh? Where are you going?
A lot of them will walk right up to me.
So anyway, what is funny is the cats will actually come out and play with the deer. Run away, run away. And here's a good example of that. Cat, deer, cat, deer. Deer cat. Deer cat. Deer cat. Anyway, they're all out there. Here's a real pretty moon coming up. Full moon. Coming up here in the evening. A little bit of a leftover trail of some sort. I'm not going to tell you what. Anyway, this ain't all of them because I think there's more coming. So anyway, there you go. Adventures in the neighborhood. That's all.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Man, thanks for sharing those videos, bro.
Right on.
That was awesome.
Right on. I'm glad you guys appreciate them.
I like wildlife.
Yeah, hell yeah. Like I said, that bow had mirrored that guy that you were talking about, the raccoon whisperer or whatever. Bow had mirrored him, and I was just sitting there intrigued, just sitting there watching it. He mirrored him and watched like one of his whole videos. It was like probably almost an hour long. And he was just sitting out there feeding all them hot dogs and all kinds of shit, man. Big boxes full of cat food or dog food or something, and
right, cookies, all kinds of shit.
Yeah. I mean, And I mean, when they start coming for him when he's on that porch, oh my, at first I was scared for him. I was like, oh shit, this guy's gonna get attacked. But then they were just like shit, like 30 or 40 of
He's
them. I
gonna
was like,
die.
holy crap. Right. Like they'd mess you up. If they wanted to.
Yeah. If they all ganged up and got pissed off at you, you're shredded.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they will shred you. And I have actually seen the raccoons. I've seen 4 of them surround a cat and get into like they're all thinking alike. Like, we're going to get this cat. And I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm going to lose a cat. And there was nothing I could do because I'm watching it on camera. And fortunately, the cat just jumped over them and ran away. Oh my God. But the way they did it was like they're gonna kill that cat. I'm gonna see this happen live. You know.
Yeah, they had a hive mind when it came to that cat.
They surrounded his cool ass.
Yeah.
They didn't practice that before. They done did drills and shit, so they was ready.
I don't know how. Must be the camera he's using that he's able to do that.
What's that?
Like show his security cameras?
No, right here's I just moved my camera over here, and it's looking at a big screen TV over there.
Well, that's how I got. That's how I got my security cameras, and I tried to show him the road dog one night, and it just you really couldn't see nothing. It was like my screen was too bright where my cameras were or something.
This is East.
Welcome to the room, Limey Redneck.
What up, Limey?
Limey Redneck.
Right in front.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Notice how my yard looks? I have shit all over my yard. I've got old vehicles and
what kind of cars you got out there? Anything good?
71 Volkswagen Super Beetle right here.
I see the Beetle.
Yeah.
Anything else? Ain't got no old muscle out there?
No. Well, no. Unless it's a pickup, and that would be this guy.
Is that a box Chevy?
76.
Oh, that's a Ford.
Yeah,
that's a Ford.
It's a F100. I was rebuilding this, and then right over here, I've got this van, which is the same year as the Ford. And I thought, well, why don't I take and put the frame underneath that van, make it 4-wheel drive. So, oh yeah, got a new plan.
Yeah, I'm old.
Right here's my sign. The sign that I was telling you about and showing you guys earlier. That's it right there. There's the driveway to whatever. They came down.
I'm an old car guy, so as soon as you said you had vehicles on your more than one vehicle or 5 vehicles or whatever on your property, you intrigued me at that point because I'm an old car guy. And I'm like, what's he got? He got Chevelles, he got Camaros, what's he got?
I had at one point a 67 Firebird Formula ragtop.
Oh.
And I was stupid. I was a dumb kid. I bought a Pontiac 400 from the junkyard and put it in there. A friend of mine and I did. And I traded that son of a bitch for a Volkswagen engine.
A car for a Volkswagen engine?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you wanted the Volkswagen engine for, but I mean, I definitely wanted to trade an old Poncho for a Volkswagen engine, but that's me.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Pontiac guy. That's my favorite car. Favorite car is a 69 GTO Judge.
Nice. Yeah. Yep.
I had a couple Le Manses, I had a 70 and a 71 Le Mans back in the day.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, fine, be that way.
Yeah, right. Like, but yeah, I'm an old car guy. I like old cars. I like old muscle.
Let's see.
It's getting so it ain't that it's getting hard to find nowadays. It's just everybody wants a shit ton of money for a piece of shit, you know, that needs a shit ton of work.
Mm-hmm.
I look all the time. Shit, sometimes when I'm sitting on panels, I'll be on Facebook Marketplace looking at cars.
One thing that scared the hell out of me is when Obama started crushing cars.
Oh yeah, the what the hell was that called?
Cars for
Cash
cash.
for clunkers. Cash for clunkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw so
and
many
that killed a lot
cars.
though.
That was terrible.
Yeah. It did kill a lot of cars, but I don't think it did too much to the classics. I think people are smarter than that. I don't think people are just going to crush their classics, but I mean, you never know.
Yeah, I saw, let's go trade in Grandpa's old 67 Chevelle. And I saw it go to the fucking crusher, dude.
Oh, no.
Couldn't believe it. Yeah, shit like that. I couldn't believe it.
I would have saved that.
Yep. But people did that.
And I'm not a big Chevelle fan, but.
Here is a camera that I have that overlooks the highway. Right there's a car going down the highway. This is the western side sunset. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but this is a pan tilt zoom camera that I have on the intersection. You can't see it, but right here, cars turn on this intersection. When I see a car turn on this intersection and come this way, I know they're coming into my area.
Ain't nothing down there but you, right?
They're getting closer. I've got neighbors like this guy here. There's a neighbor down below me. Anyway, they're encroaching on my habitat.
Yeah, you got all kinds of damn you're wired up there in the mountain, ain't you?
Yes. Yeah.
I just got 4 cameras pretty much in the 4 corners of my house, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I sell surveillance systems. So when I go to sell a surveillance system, I have to demonstrate the capabilities of a good surveillance system. And I've got a lot of money in this thing. It's a 20 camera system, 16 wired, 4 wireless. But when I go to sell a surveillance system, I just pull it up on my phone and say, well, look, here I'm looking in my living room right now on my phone, and I'm at work or I'm in Europe.
Right.
What would that be sitting there? That looks dangerous.
Is that a damn shotgun?
No, I wouldn't do that. So anyway,
man,
I sell them commercial.
Yeah, I just bought an old, or not an old, but I just bought a system off of Amazon. It's like $200. It has 8 camera compatibility, but it came with 4. 2 terabyte. It's not a DVR. It's what's the other one called?
Hard drive.
Yeah, but the damn hard drive thing, they call it something else, not a DVR. They call it something else because it's power over internet. Because my cameras are power over internet.
Right.
So but it's not a DVR. There's a difference between this and a DVR, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, that's just bought some cheap off-name brand. It's called Zazie or Zozie.
That's actually not a half bad brand, and I
Oh, is
think you
it?
did good for for $250. You definitely did good.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
8
what I
camera
thought.
system, 4, yeah, and you can
Yeah,
start upgrading.
yeah.
Hmm.
And they got great picture, man. Like I'm impressed. I got one over my door, and then I also have a Ring doorbell, but I only use the Ring just for the alert because
Right.
it's that real time alert. But I don't pay the subscription because I don't need it to. I don't need
Right.
it to record because my camera right above the door is recorded.
Perfect. Yeah.
So I just use the Ring as an alert for motion. There's motion.
Hmm.
So then if I'm at work, I can just go bam, and then I hit my regular cameras at work and look at them.
Something I've added to my system, and okay, so this here. No, let me find a better one. This here is just a regular infrared camera light. This is the front porch. That's a big old water trough for the kids. There's Pink and the kids, but that's just a normal infrared light on a camera. Okay, so what I have done is I have actually added 500-watt infrared lights. And I don't know if you can see how bright these trees are, but if I went out there right now, it's pitch black.
Yeah.
But the infrared that I've added, and I've got another one that I can light up this area or whatever. Let me give you a good example just to screw with you here. There's got some people across the way camping and doing whatever. And if you hold on just a minute, you're going to see a great big bright light scanning over here. That's a 500-watt light on like a gimbal.
And you're controlling that?
Yes.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
See that? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need all that. I live in town, so my neighbor, I can spit on his house from work. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, Constitution Matters says that he's got a certain camera system, Easy Viz, but he says when his cameras break, he replaces them with the Zozies.
There you go. I started out with the 4-camera system and realized that just wasn't enough. And
yeah, I might add a couple more. I thought about adding a couple more just so I could just see some more stuff,
Okay,
like
so this camera over here is under my house, but something happened to the cable and I got to replace the cable. This camera over here with no signal is on the back side of my house, and it's another cable issue.
Are all your cameras PoE?
What do you mean?
Power over internet?
Yes. No.
Yeah.
No, they're hardwired.
Oh, really?
Yeah. PoE is nice, but when you start running that great big cable, you start getting into, when you start running the what's it called, Ethernet cables to all your cameras, then you start getting into all kinds of issues. I'd rather just run, regular cable. Get her done.
Yeah, I all the drops were already there. So, because the guy,
Nice.
it was actually my friend that lived here before me, and he's an IT guy. So he already had all the drops there, and they were all dropped into the garage, So and they were all labeled and shit. So all I had to do was just plug and play. But he told me, he was like, you have to get a PoE system because there's no power at each one of them. It's all over the Cat 6. So
that's it. Cat 5.
So that's what I do. I just bought the PoE system and plugged the shit in, and it was rocking and rolling.
Nice.
But I do, being an electrician, I do go into people's houses and they're like, "Oh, can you drop me some Cat 6 down in this room and all that?" So I'll do that shit. I just won't do the punch downs. I don't like punching the ends down,
Right.
I'll drop the Cat 6 down, and if they buy the kind that were like in the box or whatever that doesn't have the ends, I just tell them, you have to find an IT guy that can punch the shit down.
Right. Which I've got that kit.
Yeah, I mean, I got it too, and I know how to do it, but it's a pain in the ass if you don't do it every day.
Right.
Them IT guys, they do it every day. They take the wires and they go and they flip them out and do all that, and then put that thing there and punch it down,
Crimp it, and it's all done. Right.
Yeah. Me, I'd have to be like, okay, because it's like blue, white, green, green, white, blue. And I'd be like,
Yeah, which wire goes where?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
And then you get it all crimped together and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So which end do I cut off?
Yeah.
And you know that fucking tester, to test continuity on them things is like fucking $400.
I finally got one at Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
It was the one I got 2 years ago was $49.
Really, I've never seen them that cheap.
Yeah,
I don't look for them, but I've never really seen them.
I had to get one because I kept screwing up cables so bad. Jeez.
Yeah, Constitution. My house is small, so I don't. My runs ain't long at all. They're maybe my longest run camera is maybe 25, 30 feet.
Mine is 150. I got one run that's 150.
You got shit running the outbuildings, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I said, I put the DVR system in the garage, so it's all central. So and I just got it at the corner of the houses, so it's like a 20-foot run there, 20-foot run there, 20-foot run there, and then the one that's on my far corner of the house is probably 30 foot.
Nice.
So they're not real long runs, so I don't have no issues when it comes to like the picture or anything like that. And I review them. Sometimes I'll just review them for shits and giggles. I'll just go back, and just look, see if I see any critters or animals running around at night. And I don't never have no mess ups in the camera. So
I constantly review them because I get a lot of wildlife, a lot of bear, mountain lion, a lot of deer and whatever. Sometimes elk.
damn, you got a big house. Constitution matters. He's talking about how many. He said he got 150-foot runs.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm about to jump down anyway. I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta work in the morning. How you feeling over there, world citizen?
I'm feeling all right. I'm over making me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Peanut butter jelly time.
Yeah.
We're going on 6 hours on our stream, right?
Okay.
Wow.
That's
right on.
That's a record.
Yeah, but I mean, if you and Four Corners want to stay up there, I don't give a shit. I'm about to go to bed though.
I'm going to jump off, man, so I can get ready for tomorrow. I got a couple of jobs I got to do, get some things together, and then I'll probably do a panel tomorrow and do one if things permit, time permit.
I mean, if you want, just let me know. You know, I'll be around watching the tubes after I get done.
All right.
But it was a nice
up there.
panel. Nice talking to you, Ricky. Hopefully you'll be back up and we'll have some more conversations and whatnot.
I had a blast.
Yeah.
I totally did.
Everybody in chat, TCM, we'll talk to you, my friend. Maybe next time you'll come up on panel. And whoever else is in chat, if there is anybody else, but everybody that was in chat all night, thanks. And I am, once I get my mouse over here, I am out of here. So toodles, everybody.
All right. Toad for life. I appreciate it.
Yep. See you later,
Ricky. All right. Ricky, I appreciate you coming, man. Make sure you tell all your friends about us. Any last
We're
words?
sneaking some people over here. Thank you. Above everything else, thank you. And everybody in chat, including the trolls, thank you guys. It's been extremely entertaining for a Wednesday night for me. All right. Love you, brother.
All right. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy, sir. And I appreciate everybody that came, everybody that's in the chat, all the wonderful people that's hanging out with me. I don't know why you guys want to hang out with me, but glad you came. Let's see what I got. I want to play a little video for y'all before y'all leave. I had some videos queued up, but I think they got deleted off of this system, so I don't know what's gonna play. Let me see what we got. Oh, yes, that's not. Well, guess that's not a video either. All right, guys. See you guys later. World Citizen News. I'm out.
This is World Citizen News. All right, ding, ding, ding. Round one. World Citizen News. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I'm back. Are you guys open? Okay, no problem. What time do you guys close?
Sunglasses on?
No, I choose not to.
But then you have to erase.
My delete button is broken. Let's just go back. World Citizen News.
I'm rich, bitch!